You know, this revolution is filled with so many ironies, really. First, you tell us that it is manly to keep your word. All right? If you are a man, you keep your word. And now all that the black people in this country are demanding, and even the black people in the whole world are demanding, is that you keep your word. You told us we were free. Well, then show us that we're free. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word and let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man. You're a worm. You're afraid of us. You're afraid to give us equal stand. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you. And if that's what you're afraid of us, then tell us that just what you're afraid of. But don't keep hiding it from us and holding this up to us, and every time we ask you for something, you give us a little bit of something, and it's all tokenism. We don't want tokenism. And there are most black men in this world that don't want charity. And yet still every time we ask you for something, you give us a little piece, a little piece. You're playing games with us. We're not children. We're big men. I've seen my father have to put up with all kinds of stuff. He was a big man. He raised a family. He went down south, and he had to go around to the back door with his wife. We're not asking for anything. We're not asking for any favors. All we want is what's ours. Now, there are many black veterans who are coming back, and they're mad. They're angry. Do you think that they're going to sit down through this? Our fathers didn't have the knowledge that we have. They sat through it. But there are other black youth that are not going to sit through it. We know about Che. We know about Fanon. We've read the books of our revolution. We've listened to Mao and his quotations. We know where we stand. We're not going to sit for it. We're asking, and if we ask and we don't get, we're prepared to stand up and take it. If I ask a man, I tell a man I am hungry. I tell him I am cold. And I ask him to do something about my condition. And this man holds a loaf of bread right in front of me so I can see it, and I keep asking him, I'm begging him to please give me a slice of the loaf of bread. I am hungry. Then it is known by every psychologist that the next step in the progression is I am going to knock him upside the head and take the bread from him. I'm not going to starve to death. All we're asking, no one wants to see blood. No one likes the smell of blood. No one wants war. Anyone who's been in war doesn't want war. Everyone knows what it is to see the inside of a man's gut hanging out and see your friends die, see relatives die. No one wants to regress back to the state of mind where you have to think it's all for the cause, therefore my mother has to die, my wife has to die, my brothers and sisters have to die. No one wants that. But you're pushing us to it. You're leaving us no choice. We're asking, we're begging. The students up at Columbia, they ask. The brothers down south ask. The brothers in Latin America, the brothers in Africa, they're all asking. All they're doing is asking. Our fathers asked. Our grandfathers asked. The presidents of our universities, our colleges had to go to your back doors to beg that their children be given just enough money so that they could be taught something to live off. And yet still they asked and asked and asked, and you refused to give them anything. Now, we're just about out of patience. We're not going to ask anymore. The news media says that it's only the young that are militant, only the young that want this and want that. Okay, but we're 40% of the black population now. Or we were a year ago, and still yet we're climbing. Before long, we'll be 50%, 55%, and then we'll have the command. We're not going to take it. We're not going to take sitting in rotten parks and in places that just aren't fit for living. We're not going to take it. There's a limit to a man's patience, and everyone knows that God, Christ, heaven, everyone knows that what we're asking is not $1 million. What we're asking for is humanity. We're asking to be allowed to live like human beings. And God, you tell us that this is too much to ask. You're sick. You're definitely sick. How can you tell me that it's too much to ask to be a human being?
Johnson, why are you naked?
Because my t-shirt
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast on the forecast. Definitely shouts out to everybody that's out there. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely gonna have the I'll be back Sunday with the next lesson or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I saw some stuff earlier, you know what I'm saying, that I kind of wanted to address, and it's almost like, it's time for the annual wake up call when your services and are no longer needed in the field. But see, this is the thing that we really have to understand, man. There's no way around it, man. The only way that you're going to get around it is going through it, man. You're going to have to stand up for yourself and do what you have to do, right? You can't hope and pray. You can't make a deal. You can't do any of these things, right? Because at the end of the day, until you are making the system to build your own thing, then you got a problem. And what's going on, real black gentlemen? I seen earlier, and I seen my brother MG2 speak about it. You know what I'm saying? But I saw it earlier, and I was, about the representatives, because I know a lot of us like, yo, we can do this, we can do this. But I used to say when I first started doing lives, like, if you take the root out of a tree, you know what I'm saying? Will that tree still be alive? You can't take the root out of anything, and that thing still be alive. You know what I'm saying? And again, this whole system of what they would call white superiority is defined by black inferiority. You know what I'm saying? And it's this inferiority complex, and then this mentality of thinking that we always gotta, you know, um, be a part of somebody else's thing. We can just reason our way, if we could just show this, but they show you time and time again. They do not let you in their thing. You know what I'm saying? You have to maintain their status quo. You have to accept the ways of the Englishman, right? And even then, you're not safe, man. So you better start building up your own stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of people say, well, we could just get out of vote. Look, it's only one way to really make a change or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not even going to get into that no more. I used to say that stuff all the time, but we really not on that level. You know what I'm saying? Now, it happens in every level, but you got to understand that, not all revolution is violent, you know what I'm saying? And probably most of it isn't, but every revolution has bloodshed in it. Everyone, right? And there's no way of getting around it. Like a metaphor with a fight, the build up to the fight might, what I'm saying, go on for a long time, but the actual fight itself is not going to be. But you still have to get yourself to that level. You know what I'm saying? And right now, we definitely not there. But I guess it's another round. Our 572nd annual end of service wake up calls. You know what I'm saying? To go through today. So um, I welcome y'all to the show, and I'll put the link if anybody want to say something, but I'm gonna just go through it, you know what I'm saying, just so we don't get dragged out. But if you come on here, you definitely stick to whatever it is we're talking about, you know what I'm saying, at the moment, But definitely I welcome y'all to the 582nd annual wake up call show. Um So check this out, man. And I seen this earlier, and these brothers, like, I mean, we just gotta understand what it is, man. So I know y'all seen this, right? The two politicians, black Tennessee lawmakers who got elected in, right? Now they are no longer to take their seat or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So check this out, though, and it's just check it out.
Bring you some of the historic scenes that unfolded as Justin Jones and his colleagues defended themselves, and supporters looked on from a packed gallery but stayed quiet so they could witness the proceedings. This is Representative Jones facing questioning from his Republican colleague and laying out his defense.
I was shocked to have the Speaker of the House condemn mothers and children and grandmothers and parents and concerned citizens, clergy, lie on them and say that they were violent insurrectionists. And I think that he owes the people of Tennessee an apology, because at no point was there violence. At no point did we encourage violence.
What's going on, Shanique?
In fact, what we were doing was calling for the end of gun violence that is terrorizing our children day after day after day. And
I'm gonna tell you, like Ida B. Wells said, man, there is a special place for a shotgun, or there should be, in every black home, right? There definitely should be a special place for a shotgun, just like Ida B. Wells said. So I will use her words, because what are we talking about? Like, who are we? Like, come on, man. Like, let's be real here.
all we offer are moments of silence. It is in that spirit of speaking for my constituents, of being a representative of the people, that I approached this well on last Thursday, breaking a house rule, but exercising moral obedience to my constitutional responsibility to be a voice for my people, to be a voice for the Tennesseans who you choose.
Right, I was about to say, who is this people? Tennesseans, and
is when you say
okay,
no.
Yeah.
There comes a time where people get sick and tired of being sick and tired.
One of the questions that keeps coming back to my mind that I hope maybe you can answer is when you say no action, no peace, what do you mean? What does Representative Jones mean by?
Yo, this dude is straight out of 1960. Like, it looked like he asking Malcolm X this question to somebody. Oh, now when you say, you know, no justice, like that's literally the same thing here. But this is a politician who got elected in, you know what I'm saying? And man.
No peace. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you. I would invite my colleague from Putnam County to join any protest where that is a very familiar chant that usually goes, no justice, no peace. And I believe the roots of it lie in something that Martin Luther King stated, that true peace is not merely the absence of tension, but it is the presence of justice.
Now, that's a bunch of BS. Let me tell you right now, you know what I'm saying? Black people might as well be saying no justice, mad peace, you know what I'm saying? Because that's all, we are the most peaceful group of people, even though you try to tell everybody, or, you know what I'm saying, everybody try to tell you that you're the most violent and stuff like that. I wish, right? Because this situation wouldn't have lasted for a week, probably, if we was as violent as everybody make us out to be. But let's be real, we know what no justice, no peace means, right? We know what it means. It means the same thing America means when something goes on and they start bombing other countries. You know what I'm saying? No justice till I get your resources, right? They just say no justice, no, you know what I'm saying? No resources, no peace. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, you're asking, begging for your life. No, you don't beg for your life, like, because who will spare you? Obviously, nobody.
That's what I was saying, is that until we act, there will be no peace in our communities. In addition, I would like to read.
Man, this dude went on for a minute.
After his questioning by Republicans.
To live free from the terror of school shootings and mass shootings. To those who here will cast a vote for expulsion, I was fighting for your children too. To live free from the terror of school shootings and mass shootings.
No, Shanique, what video was that?
When I walked up to this well on last Thursday, I was thinking about the thousands of students who were outside demanding that we do something. In fact, many of their signs said, it will signal to the nation that if it can happen,
it just went on and on and on. Like,
that's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted, but you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to conduct business in this house, file a bill, be recognized, stand there and present it, and pass it. All you got to do is pass a bill.
Representative Pearson.
Now,
You all heard that. How many of you would want to be?
Yo, what's going on, Oni? Nah, I ain't see it. I ain't see it. The link, my email is in the descriptions, I think. So, yo, tell them to send it to that one. Make sure it's to that one, because I ain't see one though.
Be spoken to that way? How many of you want to be spoken to that way? We're not talking about politics. We're not talking about even gun violence. How many of you would want to be spoken to that way? The reason that I believe the sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it.
Yeah,
because there's
duh.
a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody. What we said was that we cannot be beholden to gun lobbyists, to the NRA. We can't be beholden to organizations that don't want to see us make progress on gun violence. We can't be beholden to folks who don't want to see us help save our communities and protect them.
Now, MG2 went in on this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So shouts out to MG2, you know, but listen, man.
But there's something else I think that the sponsor of this resolution has alluded to, and there were a few things here that you said that I want to address. He called a peaceful protest a temper tantrum. Is what's happening outside these doors.
And who do you think they're like fighting for, like here?
By Tennesseans who want to see change, a temper tantrum? It's Sarah, whose son Noah was at the Covenant School. He survived. He's 5 years old. And she showed up here demanding that we do something about gun violence. Is that a temper tantrum? Is elevating our voices for justice or change a temper tantrum? But there's something in the decorum of this body that makes it okay to say that folks who are exercising their First Amendment rights to speak up for the hundreds of thousands of people collectively that we represent. There's something in the decorum of this body that says it's okay to call that a temper tantrum, to call people we disagree with on the issues, to say that all they want is attention. But I'll tell you what, I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with the...
Yeah, I know. And that's the thing, right? See, this is the 577th, you know what I'm saying, annual wake up call show. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we got to have one every year. So this is like the 577th annual one, where we realize that, you know, what they say and what they do is two different things, right? And maybe, just maybe, what you trying to be up in their stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's just maybe, I'm not saying spook that's out by the door, all of that stuff is what's up, is cool and stuff like this, you know. I ain't even talking about the local elections, but if you ain't putting people in there, right, with the funding yourself and to be as FUBU, for you, by you, right, why are you still surprised that you're going to get kicked out of Congress because you talking about gun laws for school shootings on some white on white crime stuff, you know what I'm saying? And you getting kicked out of Congress for that. Meanwhile, the only ones getting kicked out. And not only that, the voters, the people who voted for him, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, so you did vote for this dude and they can still kick, because I did it. The video that got the most views, Aramis Ayala in Florida, first Black state attorney in Florida, right? She's tried to stop the death penalty in Florida, but, you know, they start harassing her, took all of her cases away. I talked about Judge Olu Stevens, right? And he's an elected position, but they took away his cases because he didn't let a Black defendant have an all-white jury. I mean, I understand when people say that, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, if you really want something to change, like, you know what I'm saying, there is only one way to change it.
Resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I'd much rather be talking with you about legislation to protect Shelby County and to protect our communities than talking about why we don't deserve to have our representation lost because we came to the house saying we've got to do something. That's what I would like to be doing. And so you brought attention or tried to bring attention to me, but I want to turn the attention to the people. The people who will never be able to throw a temper tantrum for gun violence. You know, the Larry Thorns, the Catherine Kuntzes, the Mike Hills, the Cynthia Peaks, the Evelyn Decaus, the Haley Scruggs, the William Kennedys, who will never have a chance to throw what you call a temper tantrum for justice, for gun reform, for the ending of gun violence. They'll never have a chance because we haven't taken our oath seriously. Because
in the words of Ida B. Wells, man, there's a special place for a shotgun in every black home.
Across this state crowd.
Why she thought there was a difference between her
came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree.
Lord have mercy.
Statement. Pearson ended by saying the struggle had just begun.
Oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Now, I'm sorry to anybody who's religious. Now, is they talking about like, you know, legislation and, you know, are they in like, you know, whatever, or are they in church right now? You know what I'm saying? Because you talking about resurrections and all of this stuff. No, like, look, like we've been through this enough. You know what I'm saying? We ain't waiting on Sunday. Today is Friday or whatever day today is. You know what I'm saying? What are we going to sit here and do about it? You know what I'm saying? No, we're not going to wait. And what is this fight for? Are we fighting for to end, like, you know, white on white violence? You know what I'm saying? Is that what your point is? Or do you want to find a way to build something and protect whatever it is that you have to build? Because I'm sorry to break it to you. You know what I'm saying? The world does not work that way. We love the world. It's okay to love it. But you know what I'm saying? You got to be realistic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, Martin, he just watched the Martin Luther King speech before he came out there.
Out of order.
During the votes, thousands of supporters rallied in the halls of the state capitol and outside when a reporter asked Democratic Representative Gloria Johnson why she thought there was a difference between her outcome. She was not expelled, but her colleagues were. This was her response.
I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Representative Gloria Johnson was a teacher at Central High School in Knoxville that faced a school shooting more than a decade ago. At the end of the night, the lawmakers,
In the most powerful way, really listen and understand the voters in their districts and across this state.
And actually, they're fighting for her. You see who's back here. They're fighting for her, not the other way around. Now, they're going to make her look like the good person and the white savior here.
Where I made it through, and these two young men did not make it through. I think you're right. We know. We know what. But here's the difference. I think we might have these two young men back very soon. And
Look at this guy here. I ain't even mean to stop it like this. Look at this guy here. And she's probably lying, by the way. And how the hell is she going to get him back? She's only worried about him. They talking about gun violence and her little kid almost getting shot. You know what I'm saying? He ain't talking about the projects in whatever state this is. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. I ain't mean to put, but come on, black brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, white bitches is not our saviors, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you right now.
And it is my promise to
Look at this
fight
man.
like hell to get both of them back.
Representative Gloria.
Lord have mercy. I don't know what's going on in today and age, right? But you know, I actually have to do this before anybody get the white bitch savior complex. You know what I'm saying? Because that's another award. You know what I'm saying? And you know that. You know what I'm saying? The annual wake up call. You know what I'm saying? We got to get the white bitch award. But before we get caught up on the white savior, white bitch savior, you know what I'm saying? I want to show you this video here. Watch this.
Go back like a couple hundred years, it was pretty normal to own slaves. Is that right or correct?
Why are we talking about slavery?
Because I'm showing you why the ad populum fallacy is a logical fallacy.
Honestly, back then, a lot of Black people participated in the slave trade themselves. So
Yeah, that doesn't make slavery right. Are you trying to defend
it was
slavery?
a product of the time, dude. It
Are
was
you
a
trying to
product of the
defend
time.
slavery?
Did you not see Matt Walsh's new video on this topic?
I did, and I think that defending slavery is cringe as
Defending slavery, but I think we're illogical if we didn't realize that a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves back when slavery was a thing.
well, how do you know that Black people enjoyed being slaves?
I mean, it's just in history. I've like read about like a lot of Black people not only participated in capturing slaves, but a lot of Black people enjoyed being slaves. Because of course, when you're
Really?
brought up doing something like being a slave your whole life, it's all you know. I'm sure a lot of slaves probably enjoyed it and were happy because that's the only lifestyle they were aware of.
That's
Can
crazy.
you not think like that? Like, is it really that dense?
I have
of you?
never
Like, I
heard
don't
of
know.
somebody enjoying having to work countless hours on a plantation, being dehumanized and whipped and told they're not human, and being beaten within an inch of their life, and being
Saying that's
I don't think that
okay.
people
I'm just
enjoy
saying
that.
You can't deny the fact that there were probably slave owners that, just like there were really bad ones, there were probably slave owners that probably treated their slaves really nice too, right? Like, you're not thinking logically. You're being so dense.
So I'm just going to say that in general, I think it's wrong to own humans,
Of course, we're not in that time period anymore.
but you're defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying it was a product of the time.
You said that Black people enjoyed being slaves.
I think there were probably a good majority of Black people who back then were born and raised as slaves, probably because that's the only thing they knew. It was the environment they grew up in. If they had a slave owner who treated them well, they probably enjoyed their lives, a few of them. I think it's illogical to believe that every
What's up, highly favorite? Yo, what's going on, Bakari?
person who was a slave back then hated their life. I truly think that's illogical. I do.
I'm pretty sure that being owned is not a good thing.
Because you grew up in this generation and this is what you've been taught. And we know these things now.
No,
But back then,
not just because I
those
was
societal standards were not created yet.
not just because I grew up in this generation, but because I can think logically and morally on this topic, and why it is unfair to own another human based off of their birth as having like a certain skin color, for example. That's unfair.
I'm pretending
and
like I'm saying it's
illogical.
okay to own slaves now, because that's not what I'm insinuating.
You are defending slavery.
I'm not defending it. I'm just giving you the facts. Aren't you all about facts over feelings?
Yeah, and I believe that slavery is immoral.
Right. And I do too. But the fact was, back then, I think you're illogical if you think that some of them didn't enjoy being slaves or enjoy their lives.
Why would anyone enjoy being a slave?
That's the environment you grew up in. That's all you've ever known. So if you grew up in that environment and you have a slave owner who treats you well, that's just all they know. So they probably were happy about it. They didn't know freedom. Why is it so hard for you to understand this?
What is like a slave owner treating
Yo, they just open your eyes. They everywhere. That's why I'm trying to save y'all from the white bitch complex. I had to hurry up and detox y'all real quick because I showed you a white bitch who looks like they're fighting for, you know what I'm saying? This is white bitch detox. She's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? And we just saw this brother with his head on her shoulder, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I need y'all to get this detox in.
their slave well look like?
I mean, back then, I'm sure some of them, I'm pretty sure they fed them, right? Or probably that like they weren't whipping anybody or like not tormenting anyone. Just like, I don't have like specific details.
Oh,
for you,
okay,
dude.
as long as you're working inhumane hours on plantations, but you're being fed, then that's a good thing.
Again,
or
I'm not
or you're
saying
enjoying
slavery
that.
was a good thing. You're not going to like try to make it seem like that's what I'm saying, because I don't know what you want me to say. If you want to believe that every person back then who was a slave hated their life, go for it.
That was what
All right. So listen, man. Yeah, if y'all want to come on here, I'll put the link in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know. But you know, I was just showing stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to like be like do the wake up call. You know what I'm saying? Show the like 932nd annual wake up call. Yo, what's going on, Raw? Right, just playing her role, but we don't seem to understand that. And this is why I was showing with these two brothers, and they sit here and they try to like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think they're gonna do? Like, that's just the mentality that you're dealing with, you know what I'm saying? And it ain't no way around it. All right, I'll put the link in the chat. Bakari trying to make this a long show or whatever. Well, I'm still gonna show all the stuff, so y'all can come on here. I'm good. So you know what I'm saying. All right. No, it's all good. I want y'all to be able to speak on it, but y'all the ones that get caught up and make it long, you know what I'm saying? Like you know, because that was just a sidebar right there, but I know y'all kind of got like, you know. Right, yeah, that was Bakari's detox just in case. No, because you know some brothers will come up here and be like, "Oh, look at the white girl fighting for her, whatever." And unfortunately, there are a lot of brothers who would agree with that white bitch right there. You know what I'm saying? But and she's saying like, you know, you enjoyed it, so you know we could. I guess she'll be enjoying being your slave. I heard black people like, "Yo, I'll make her a concubine," so. I guess she will enjoy it based off her logic. And yo, what's going on, Raw? Shouts out to Raw. All right. Well, I'm waiting for Bakari to come on if he coming on, but if not, then I'll keep coming on. Yo, what's going on, Bakari? Yo.
What's up?
What's going on, bro?
Nothing, man. I don't know why you hating on her, man. Shit. You know, we all the same. You know, once we go ahead and just realize that we're just American. That we're just America, man. There's nothing what happened, that is the past, you know. Black and white, we're the same. They're our family too. You know, that's why I changed my name to Ado's Finest, so I could come up here and spit some truth to you. So there's no need to be mad with the white woman because we all the same, bro. We American. They make just like us. They're our family. They're our family. Just like that tweet, you know, just like that tweet I put out, you know, it's time for the masters to start treating us right. It's time for our masters to start treating us like family. So there's no need to be mad with her, man. I'm gonna tell you, man, that's a good American woman, man, and I think you're wrong for for the image you're trying to portray. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And now we got a guy coming up here with the yellow tin.
Yeah.
No, you know what? He's right, man. Like that's our family, man. Like that shit. Yo, I was enjoying slavery up until people like Frederick Douglass. I can't.
Yeah. And you know what, Bakari? And the reason why I didn't say that, you know what I'm saying, or make it or some ADOS stuff is because, you know what I'm saying, I was gonna show something else, even with the brother Julius Malema, but that would have made it a whole different you know, kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? But yo, it's a global issue, bro. Like that's what I'm trying to say, man.
But the sad thing though, I don't crack my little joke. The sad thing is she's dead serious, bro.
Yeah, she's dead serious.
She is dead fucking serious. Just like those people I be seeing posting up talking about we American and we the same and we family. Man, something wrong, bro. You can't save them. You put up a detox video. Man, ain't no detox video.
That detox was for you, my brother, because you seen the white girl doing something, and then you like, oh, there are some white allies. I ain't want nobody around here to be like, so I had to put that up.
Well, I'm an American descendant of slavery. I'm a descendant of the whole damn institution, so you can't tell me nothing, and we gonna get reparations.
Yeah,
facts.
Yeah, so pretty much, this is like the 602nd annual, you know what I'm saying, wake up call show, you know what I'm saying. We just carrying on the legacies, but this is what happens when they come out of service. So I go on to the next one. Y'all heard about Clarence Thomas, right?
Oh yeah, I just heard about that dude.
Yeah.
But you give us some more information, please.
Okay.
Over Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas for accepting luxury travel around the world for more than 20 years, paid for by a GOP donor. Our senior national correspondent Terry Moran has more. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Lindsay. Supreme Court justices are often invited to travel around the world to teach, to attend conferences, to visit with friends. But the lavishness and the frequency of the vacations that Justice Clarence Thomas has accepted as gifts from a powerful friend have no known precedent in recent Supreme Court history. Island hopping on a super yacht in Indonesia, all-male retreats at an exclusive California club, fishing at a private resort in the Adirondacks. For more than 2 decades, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has reportedly enjoyed luxury travel virtually every year, sometimes traveling the world aboard a private jet with a Dallas billionaire Republican mega-donor without disclosing any of it to the public. An expensive secret that is now landing the conservative justice in hot water. The travel, reported by the nonprofit journalism outlet.
Hold on, okay. Let me ask you a question right quick. Hold on real quick. Did they say they were doing all male island hopping?
Yeah, y'all. I meant to stop it right there, Bakari, because that was, and I wasn't even gonna say nothing. I'm glad you stopped it, because I'm glad that, because I was going before, when I first heard it, I was like, y'all remember that part, like. I wasn't even thinking about it, but I'm glad I wasn't even.
Wait, I missed it. What?
Go back. Yeah, because that was. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you caught that, Bakari.
Billionaire Republican mega donor, without disclosing.
Go back and look further.
Public history. California club in Indonesia, all Supreme Court history. Island hopping on a super yacht in Indonesia, all-male retreats at an exclusive California club, fishing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ew, you gay.
Listen. All right, and let me even say this. I'm not the one that's getting on Clarence Thomas. If you notice, I never once talked about Clarence Thomas, right? But
that's in Bohemian Grove. You heard of Bohemian Grove, right?
I'm not the one.
I think that looks familiar. I don't know. I think that's about nah.
But do you see how fast they put him on? They just finished using him. Like he was against the helping the Asians with with all that, and then the abortion thing, and then all of that. They just finished using him. And now it's time for him to retire. You see how fast they put this man on blast? Like, you won't think, if it's all males, it wasn't just him and the other dude. It was probably like all of them over there. But you only putting him on blast. You noticed that, right?
Wait, hold up a second. He's supposed to retire? What?
No. Well, they're probably making him retire after this. Because why would they? Because that's what I'm going to show you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's not retiring, but maybe his days he's used up. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens when you get your wake-up call. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that quick. You don't know that you're retiring, but they do, you know.
Adirondacks. For more than 2 decades, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has reportedly enjoyed luxury travel virtually every year, sometimes traveling the world aboard a private jet with a Dallas billionaire Republican mega donor without disclosing any of it to the public. An expensive secret that is now landing the conservative justice in hot water. The travel, reported by the nonprofit journalism outlet ProPublica, never appeared in Thomas's financial disclosures. Thomas's host, real estate magnate Harlan Crow, has not had any direct business before the court, but his gifts and his access to the court.
Like, he always looked grimy too. Like he just did some grimy stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Access to the court's most senior conservative member have sparked concern. Thomas and the Supreme Court have not commented.
But you know, they did actually hit their quota because they just put a black sister in there. So that's all.
I want to spread the news that if it feels good getting used, just keep on using me. Man, look how quick they run this motherfucker under the bus, man. Is he 70 yet? Is he 80? Damn, they run him under the bus quick. Like, Boy,
But you
we
think
don't need
you think he was the only one?
Oh hell no! But I'm talking about, boy, we don't need you no more, boy.
Mm.
Yeah, sir. Whatever y'all gonna do, sir. Yeah, they got all them videos of him on them secret island with all men island hopping with the men.
Yeah, he that's embarrassing. That's what I'm saying. That's why, like,
crazy.
you can't when you sell out, you know, just understand like that. Like people, I think it was Machiavelli said it, white boy. He said, you know, the traitors to your race, you can use them. Like the traitors to the enemies, you can use them, although you never go and trust them. Like when you are a traitor, you are like you're rejected by both people. You know, Clarence Thomas. I remember hearing about Clarence Thomas like a decade ago. We knew this dude was a coon. Like we was like, yo, this guy's a coon. This guy's blah 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 blah. And now he's getting his wake up call. It's like, I mean, I know some of y'all like, yo, I don't want it to happen, but like, shit, it's not even a matter of it's wanted to happen. It's going to happen. You know,
Unfortunate, but it is what it is.
yeah. Clarence Thomas thought he was safe. You know, doing what he did. You know, against his people, but you know, wake up. You know what I'm saying? I don't remember the movie. I know I sound a little sick. I don't remember that movie, but the dude was like, "Wake up!" You know that Spike Lee thing. Wake up! That's like
School days.
Yeah, school days. Exactly, man. Just wake the fuck up, man. Shit.
Yeah, he got, but they got him quick, bro. God, look, you know what? There's really no true retirement plan in cooning. You feel me? You they retire you. You can never retire yourself when you cooning. There's no retirement plan when you out here bootlicking, buck dancing, shoe shining, teetoting. There's no retirement plan. You saw that movie, The Butler. That dude was damn buttling till he was 90. Ain't no damn no, that dude was buttling till he was 90. Ain't no damn retirement plan, man. Ain't none. There's none. You can turn your back, just like Oni said. Watch this. I'm gonna even use the white boy for example. Remember, I know you remember, but everybody heard about the story of Benedict Arnold, right?
Yeah.
Shit, the British didn't like him, and America didn't like him. Like Oni said, they said he was a traitor. No white folks liked him. He was a traitor. Because they know if the other side can offer you something, you'll turn on us. They know it. Hey, but that's what you get when you're trying to everything about you. You want everything about you is to be white. You want to be in the proximity of whiteness.
Watch. I want to know how soon is his wife going to divorce him and take his damn money? I'm gonna be laughing my damn ass off, going to fucking Bohemian Grove and fucking man like a fucking idiot, man.
Yo, don't his wife look like this chick though? I'm not sure who she is, but isn't she similar to that?
Ain't that his wife?
Oh no, I wish I could show the part where my man laid his head on her shoulder, but whatever.
And the thing about it, man, we don't learn. We don't learn. How many years in a row these people got to do this shit? You don't learn. How many years in a row?
Well,
How many?
this is the 624th annual Wake Up Show.
How many years in a row? How many months? How often they got to do this, man? And people still don't learn. Boy, greed is a mofo. Greed is a mofo. Everybody want money. And I ain't knocking nobody for wanting no money. Because we need money to do the things we need to do. But when you greedy and you willing to go to Coconut Grove, wherever the hell he went, and you willing to do this stuff, whatever the hell he was doing, you willing to do that stuff, just turn your back on your people completely. And now look at you.
Man,
oh, well, to hell with it.
Now let me be clear, right? Because like I said, I never talked about Clarence Thomas, and this is not against Clarence Thomas. This is just like for young people to realize, you know what I'm saying? Like at some point we gotta have to stop, you know what I'm saying? It's been a couple hundred years, they're not gonna change. Like they may say, they may whatever, but like, yo, they think that you enjoyed what happened to you, and you know what I'm saying? it's not going to be like, because we like, yo, maybe they could change and we could get it comfortable enough. It's just we're never going to be comfortable enough, because you'll never be in your blood and your bones. It'll never let you. You know what I'm saying? So, well, anyway, I'll finish this, John, because I'm gonna show you what they're trying to do to him.
But in the past, Thomas has portrayed himself as a man of simple tastes.
I prefer the RV park.
Trying to put him out there, like it was like, oh, taking all these trips, but then play this ad from mad long ago. Like they don't do they rapists and people they have to use a sacrifice that way. You know what I'm saying? They sacrifice their own sometimes. Like Harry Weinstein. You think they're gonna put Harry Weinstein on blast like this? Like, come on, man. Or Weinstein, whatever the hell the dude name is.
Of simple tastes.
I prefer the RV parks. I prefer the Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that. There's something normal to me about it. I come from regular stock.
In a state.
Now, you know he lying. Who the hell prefer Walmart parking lots to a beach? You know he lying, but damn.
Harlan Crow said he and Justice Thomas have been close friends since 1996, and they never discussed pending cases, adding he never sought to influence Thomas, calling the trips no different from the hospitality we've extended to our many other dear friends. The Supreme Court has no formal code of ethics and no enforcement mechanism for any potential wrongdoing. Congressional Democrats are calling to change that.
There's absolutely no reason why the Supreme Court shouldn't be subject to a code of conduct just like every other federal judge.
Chief Justice John Roberts has made clear in the
So if you don't understand that, there's actually no law until now about that. And guess who's the first one to get, you know what I'm saying, exercised by that law?
Analyst Dan Abrams. So I guess the question now is that law going to be tested, the one that does require disclosure of trips like this?
Yeah, I mean, look, is this an ethical violation? Sure. Is it a technical violation of the law that applies to federal judges? It sure seems
a damn guinea pig.
But now the question is, okay, so what now? As Terry pointed out, the Supreme Court has never even formally accepted the idea that the justices are subject to those particular laws. And even if they are, the question is, what is the enforcement mechanism? Who is going to punish them? As of right now, it seems the only real way to punish a Supreme Court justice in a case like this is through impeachment.
And I think what would surprise so many people is that the Supreme Court justices don't even have ethics guidelines that apply to lower courts.
Exactly, right. So
until now, anyway.
Their position as of right now is, yes, these laws apply to the lower courts. Yes, all the federal judges have to apply to this. And you know, we know that those things.
We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, exactly. We know that they're out there and they're important, et cetera. And, you know, we're going to consult with them. But it's sort of crazy, right? The idea that the most important justices, who you would think are the ones that people would want to influence the most, where ethics would matter the most, don't feel that they are necessarily subject to the same laws. And again, the question is, what happens?
You think the Chief Justice will feel
it? What you think is going to happen?
Let me say this, matter of fact. So this brother on he was discussing with me, and he's like, yo, we FBA or we ADOS, we could get all you immigrants out because we control the Democrats because of how we vote. You know, we could vote for the Republicans and then we kick all you immigrants out. And I was like, look, bro, you know, unfortunately, you know, the Democrats and Republicans are two wings of the same bird. You understand? What we're looking at right now is the result of some backroom deal. Okay? Some backroom deal where maybe Joe Biden's like, look, I want to get another term, or I want to get another judge on the Supreme Court. You Republicans got to give me something. I need to win. I need to look good. I need to put somebody else on. They're like, we can't give you anybody on the court. He's like, what about that N-word? Okay, we'll give you the N-word. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because it's like you're in America. You in the most heavily surveilled state probably in the world, right? If this man's been doing this shit for 20 fucking years, and he's not a bright guy. Okay, he's not a bright guy in the slightest. I mean, he did become a Supreme Court justice, so he could read maybe. I don't know. They say he mostly sleeps on the court, so I don't know, right? But my thing is this. How he was not hiding this for 20 damn years. They had this on him for 20 years, and they said, "Okay, we'll give you something." To the Democrats, because only the Democrats are winning. You see this man, he's talking slick. Because see, anybody who understands constitutional law, right, would tell you the reason why the Supreme Court is exempt from laws, because they're the fucking judges. You know what I'm saying? like if they're the highest good, what court they're gonna go to? You know what I'm saying? What court they're gonna go to if they're the highest court, right? You know, they just appeal, and then they're in front of themselves. You know, but they said to themselves, they are now on TV making it seem like it's irrational. Well, I don't the judges. Well, we got to impeach them. When it's like written in the Constitution. And these judges, mind you, are the people supposed to protect the Constitution. So it's written in the motherfucking Constitution. Oh, these judges are above the law, essentially. So you got to make sure you make the right choice. Either way, you know, because the Democrats and the Republicans are really just two wings of the same damn bird. Okay? They say, yeah, okay, we'll give rid of this N-word. We'll do it for you. And that's why I say, when we talk about, oh yeah, you know, well, we like when the guy was telling me, yeah, well, where we vote? Will we vote against this, so on and so forth? You ain't doing that. Because these white folk, you gotta realize the Democrats and Republicans, they're co-workers.
They go out to eat after work.
They go to work together. They are co-workers. They have the same damn job. They're colleagues. They're buddies. You know? Come on, I can't.
You know what? You know, they're letting him know, man. Look, dude, you shouldn't have died a couple years ago. This wouldn't be coming out.
Yeah, man. You like what, 70 something now? Like most Negroes live to like 59. What happened to the high blood pressure you Negroes be having?
Dude, you should have just went ahead and died at 72 like you were supposed to. We wouldn't have to do you like this. No, but you want to try to live long like a white man. And now we got your ass. And by the way, what's up to everybody in the chat? What up, everybody? What's up, Ron? Hey, Shanique, where you ain't ever been? They've been trying to troll me. I miss y'all trying to troll me, man. It's fun when y'all come through. There ain't no competition. I be needing y'all. But anyway, but anyway, yeah, this is what happened. It's some more. It is some more. And I know this guy's not a politician, but I'm gonna tell you who has lived a long time and they ain't said nothing, been doing it a long time. Like, you know, they got Bill Cosby when he was old, right? He was old. He was old when they came at Bill Cosby. They couldn't punk Bill Cosby. He wanted to buy NBC. Throughout the debate, people can mention the bad, but you can also mention the good that Bill Cosby. Can you mention any good for black people that Clarence Thomas ever did? You can see
Clarence?
First,
I don't know.
He was the first, yeah, he was the first black person to like I don't know, give out like free. I don't know. Never mind. I ain't gonna say nothing. My bad.
He's no Thurgood Marshall, right?
Well, didn't he take over for Thurgood Marshall?
Oh, barely. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Yo, and that's what I'm trying. And I don't be saying nothing, but I ain't even gonna do it now. But it's talk about what Thurgood Marshall did. But go ahead, Bakari.
But like Shanique put in the chat, like I was saying, he outlived his purpose. They ain't need him no more. And you out here doing all this secret shit. You already know these people record everything. You hang with them. You know they record everything. And you just gone ahead and went to Coconut Grove anyway.
Bohemian or whatever it is.
What was it?
Bahamian Islands or whatever.
Or whatever the hell he was. Island hopping, all male island hopping with the Texas billionaire. Now he took all them extravagant gifts. Some he like the Walmart parking lot. He has a $200,000 RV he riding in was one of them damn extravagant luxury gifts that he got. Yeah, you like the Walmart parking lot, but you in that $200,000. Yeah, that Texas billionaire gave you that.
And that's on the one that's under fire for luxury travel. That's crazy, right?
Yeah. You know, but we got to learn, man. We out for some reason, man. Our people, man, for some reason, that greed, man, the greed. Even the Bible speak about greed, man. And I know y'all don't like the Bible, but I'm just saying, even the Bible.
Now you trying to exclude yourself now from?
I said I know y'all don't like the Bible. I read the Bible. The Bible got some good stuff in it.
I can read the Bible. I don't mean I like it
I
or
say
not.
the
It's just
Bible
a
got
book.
some good stuff in it. That's why I'm mentioning it right now. But the Bible talk about greed. I'm just saying, man. I'm just using just regular everyday stuff, man. That our people, your family, my family, only family, everybody family. In the chat, we black, we know the Bible. And the Bible talk about greed. And that's, I'm telling you, when they doing all that island hopping, that's greed.
I read the Bible 2 weeks ago. Stop it.
Yeah, I like the Bible too.
Bible got some good. The Bible has some good stuff in it.
Yeah, but yo, I don't know about the all male island hopping though. So, but I want y'all to hear what his is, because he responded. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna play the whole thing. It's like a
And
minute.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has now issued a statement, the first comment from Thomas or the Supreme Court after the report by ProPublica laying out how Justice Thomas and his wife went on many trips over the years, paid for by his friend and big Republican donor Harlan Crown, and importantly, did not disclose that in any disclosures. Ariane DeVogue is back with us with more on this statement. Ariane, what is the justice saying now?
Right, you're absolutely right. The first time we hear from him after the release of that bombshell report that really detailed over the years that he took these trips, places like New Zealand, Indonesia, on private yachts, private jets, never disclosed it. And it was all paid for by, read you the statement, and it's kind of long, but keep in mind, we do not usually hear a statement like this from Clarence Thomas. He said, Harlan and Kathy Crow are among our dearest friends, and we have been friends for over 25 years. As friends do, we have joined them on a number of family trips during the more than a quarter century we have known them. Early in my tenure at the court, I sought guidance from my colleagues and others in the judiciary and was advised that this sort of personal hospitality from close personal friends who did not have business before the court was not reportable. I have endeavored to follow that counsel throughout my tenure and have always sought to comply with the disclosure guidelines. These guidelines are now being changed as the committee of the Judicial Conference responsible for financial disclosures for the entire federal judiciary just this past month announced new guidance. And it is, of course, my intent to follow this guidance in the future. What's interesting about that statement is
Shut up, white bitch. But they set him up for the failure all the way. You know what I'm saying? He tried to be like, oh, well, they told me if I do this, I'll be good. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, yo, don't tell nobody. You know what I'm saying? They straight set my man up for the failure. And then after all these years, now they want to change. Oh, well, yeah, duh. Like, it's not that they're changing. It's just that, it's, your annual wake up call. You know what I'm saying? You just happen to be this year's participant. You know what I'm saying? But man, y'all can go ahead say whatever y'all want because we about to go to the next one.
Well, I'm gonna rewound some, right? I'm gonna rewound. Everybody, them other folks to do with the Afro that was preaching at the Tennessee thing, right?
Right. Because I wanted to mention that too. Thank you for that.
And they talking about gun control. I'm gonna tell you right now. Excuse me while I chew my popcorn. But anyway,
popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn. I don't want no damn. Look, I want my gun. I believe in the Second Amendment, not just to have a gun. We need black people. We need to believe in the whole Second Amendment, right to bear arms and to form a well-organized militia. Form it. That's part of the Second Amendment. It's not just to bear arms. Bear arms and form a well-organized militia. So they talking about gun control. Look, them white folks, look, I'm gonna just say it like this. They fool around and say gun control, because the gun control mean they want to take your gun, or if they're not gonna take what you already bought, they want to, because the one time they was talking about getting rid of 30-round magazines, 32-round magazines, extended mags, 50, 100. They just wanted to go to 10. But what they said was if you buy You know, so I went and bought me like 10. I got like 10, 30 round. I got like 10, 30 round magazines. Look, in this country, should no black person be comfortable with just the police having guns? In this, because if they got them, white folks got them. We shouldn't be comfortable with that. We need gun training. We need to learn how to respect the gun, know when to use it. Everybody need to know how to use it properly. But don't let them talk us into voting against getting rid of your guns. No, 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 no. That's a lose, 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 lose for us. You're my.
Yeah, by the way, I'll just clarify. I do not like the Bible. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I mean exactly what Brother Bakari was just saying. You like I remember one time I was going to this ATM machine, right? And now this is weird. So so usually, you know, you're in New York, white boy's already in the ATM machine, you know, in the room with the ATM lobby. He's kind of insecure. But I'm going to deposit cash into the machine. And you know, I'm minding my business. You know, you don't just be looking over the right shoulder, nothing like this. This white man, right, is like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm just going to deposit some cash. I don't know how to do this, but I'm going to deposit some cash. And he's like, you can't trust that machine, right? I would go to the teller or some shit. And I was like, you know, I'll show you right. Because I'm saying to myself this. If this white man built this motherfucking machine, now I'm not saying this individual white man, but if this white man is saying he can't trust the ATM machine, right? Then obviously it can't be trusted. You know what I'm saying? Like if he knows, right? Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say this, right? Like what Brother Bakari just said. You can't trust the police. You know? Especially knowing the history of America, you can't trust the police here. You understand? Especially knowing what the police are doing. I mean, y'all saw what happened to George Floyd. I mean, I actually didn't watch the video, right? But from my understanding, this man is getting choked for, I think, 7 damn minutes. And people want to interfere and they're getting threatened. And I mean, I know some people are saying, why did the person record it, right? Because it was a little girl. And she's not going to be able to push off an officer, all that kind of stuff. But it's like the fact that this is the people you're trusting to protect you are people who will choke you for 7 minutes on top of the fact that you're now crying for your mother. You understand? Now, I don't know. Maybe in the police field, you hear people crying to their mother more often than more often than usual. But I don't like when somebody's crying for their mother, it's something serious. Right? If you're a grown man crying for your mother, it's something serious. And this white boy is choking him while he's doing it. And now these legislators want you to say, oh, no. I want them to watch over me. I want to disarm myself. You know, I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to say this. A lot of times we will complain about unarmed black men being killed. And we think it's because they're black. But there's another factor. Because armed black men aren't getting killed like that. Not in the same way. Right? And the best example is Negroes with guns. With Negroes with Guns, I can't remember, Robin Williams, I think, right? Robert Williams. Yeah, right. Where he says, look, these white boys came to try to disarm him. And he pulled out a gun, right? Or his second pulled out a gun and said, you disarm yourself. And the white man started crying. He was like, what's the world coming to? You know, when black men could disarm us. That's the whole, like Huey Newton says it. Any unarmed people are either slaves or potential slaves. And I'll yield the mic.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Bakari.
No, I was gonna piggyback on what he said. That's how he got the name of the book. That's how he got the name of the book, Negroes with Guns. Except the white dude didn't say Negro. I don't know what the world coming to. The N-word got guns and ain't nothing you can do. Yeah. Tried to make him unarmed his gun. Didn't get rid of 4,000 raving white people in North Carolina. Man, you crazy here. He had trained them young people right. The young dude got out that back seat of that car and put that snub nose 32 back to that cop head. Yeah, and that's what we have to do. We are in a lose-lose situation if we don't arm ourselves. Like Oni said, and he went back to Huey P. Newton. Nothing wrong with that. He went back to Robert F. Williams. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm gonna use some 21st century stuff. Somebody people don't like. Man, go look up the NFAC down there in Brunswick, Georgia, when they gave the police an ultimate. You gonna arrest him or we going to get him? And just go look at what the police said when they went to tell them they had to move from in front of them people's house because they was calling the cops. Shit, the police backed down and said they ain't breaking on law because it was too many. It was too many. Of you Outcast Motorcycle Club, allegedly, I'm gonna say allegedly because I shouldn't have said their damn name because they don't play. But anyway, Outcast Motor right here in Atlanta. Shit, it was too many. The mayor told the police, no, it's just too many. Y'all just back down. We'll talk to them. Nashville, Tennessee. Only is right. Black folk with guns. Unless they already got their gun on you. But armed black people is not getting killed that often like an unarmed black person.
Let me I want to say this. Well, first off, I would say, Bakari, you see the tethering, right? You see how I pulled into the history. You see that tethering? Shit, tethering 101. He was like, wait, is this African American? Tether. No, but yeah, exactly what you said, because I noticed that too. Like not just examples of armed, because sometimes we would say, look how they treat this white boy and he's armed and they treat him so good. It's like, yeah, part of it is because he's armed. One thing you got to realize about white folk is and I think Ultimax told me, not Ultimax, but they told me this. As a matter of fact, Malcolm X, I'll stop trying to go in the past, but they tell you to think about this white boy is that he's a coward. He's a coward. I mean, when y'all hear him say, "Oh, I was afraid for my life," it's possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a coward, right? He does not want to die. He does not want to confront somebody who can kill him. Okay? He does not want to confront somebody who can kill him. And it's just like one of the rules of the world. It's the same with a lion. If a lion is coming at you, like, you know how they say, don't turn your back on a tiger, I mean, if you got that kind of advice, but like, it's the same with a lion, the same with a wolf, any animal, right? If you show them, hey, look, even if me and you come at each other, I'm probably going to injure you at least. They're like, it's not worth it. Even the animal kingdom, it's like, it's not worth it. And we know that how this is. If it's like how somebody said, brothers size each other up. If you size up a brother and you realize this brother probably got a nice right hook, right? You might not, step to him. You might try to be rational and reasonable, right? But the thing is this. If you are walking around unarmed with no vest, the person who's armed with a vest is probably going to shoot you just for being a dumbass. No disrespect, and I'm not going to say, you're a dumbass, because I know damn well if I get caught slipping, y'all going to say, man, well, you sound like a dumbass. But, but what I'm saying is that, realistically, that's what it is. So, for black people to advocate for you to become unarmed, right? It's like you're missing the main lesson. You think it's about race, and that's fine, right? But you gotta realize too that it's when you're unarmed, it's when you can't box, right? That's when people get to you. In fact, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do some further tethering. I'm going to say a Frederick Douglass quote. I remember off the top of my head. But he said, the slave who was whipped easiest was whipped oftener. The person who you could beat the most, because like, you know, this white boy would, like, you know, I mean, contrary to that white lady's you know, opinion, you know, a lot of black folk did not like slavery, right? And one thing that happened on plantations was that, you know, obviously people were assaulted, people were whipped, people were beaten, you know, enslaved Africans were beaten, right? You know, attacked. But even on the plantation, if you were to put up a resistance, if you were to put up a fight, if you were not going to get beat easily, okay, right? If you were from Oni stock, now I'm joking, right? If you were that, you would get whipped less. But if you could be whipped easily, you will be whipped more. And this is not me saying this. This is Frederick Douglass, somebody who was born on a plantation. He's telling you, yes, the enslaved Africans, our ancestors, right? Tethering, right? Our ancestors, the ones that were whipped easiest were whipped oftener. And so that should tell you straight up, do not disarm yourself, because then you will be whipped easiest and then you will be whipped more often. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Yo, so I agree with y'all, you know, and all I say about that, like, again, like, I repeat the words of Ida B. Wells, there's a special place for a shotgun in every black home, you know what I'm saying? Because I agree with what y'all saying, and not only just being armed, but knowing how to use it, you know what I'm saying, and training and preparing yourself for all kind of situations and stuff like that. You want to say something, Oni? Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, and also I wanted to show something, because, you know, I was just doing stuff, so I wanted to show something, even like, you know, about from the 60s, but I keep going right now because we on the annual wake up call. So the next one, you know what I'm saying, I'll go to the next one so we can get through it. So this chick right here, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna play this here. I'm gonna skip her, right? Because she's just a nominee for the next year. Good old Candace Owens, you know what I'm saying? Now she's having several close encounters. She almost got rejected for liking a Super Bowl halftime show. You know, she almost got rejected for, you know, saying something about Donald Trump. But you know, now she's kind of complaining about racism. But I'm gonna skip her though, you know what I'm saying, because we're gonna get back to her. And I'll play this one, you know. I'll let you hear what this dude said about Jay-Z and Obama. Not that what they are, but not
communist. Okay, they got the black communists like Barack Obama, Susan Rice, Valerie Jarrett, Eric Holder. You got these black communists that they want reparations in the billions of dollars. They want to run their freaking communist Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro-styled communism. You know, with
start that over, man. White people funny. Start that over, man. White people is funny, man. Listen to this damn dude. Just listen to this shit he's saying, man. White people is funny.
Black communist. Okay, they got this freaking black communist. Okay, they got the black communists like Barack Obama, Susan Rice, Valerie Jarrett, Eric Holder. You got these black communists that they want reparations in the billions of dollars. They want to run their freaking communist Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro-styled communism. You know, with Jay-Z, Mr. Do What Thou Wilt. These black satanic communists have taken over the bureaucracy, and they're getting back at the man, aren't they?
The white man.
Yeah, the white man, taking down the white man.
This is Hispanic friend of yours, you know what I'm saying, talking about the white man. But you know, that's neither here nor there. I'll just for like Jay-Z, because Obama probably gonna have his too. But well, you know, he's a mulatto, so. But y'all wanted to say something about that one?
Hey man, I'm black. Man, I'm telling you, man, white people is funny. Like, what the fuck was he talking about, dude? Like, you can just get on, you can just get on social media and just say any damn thing. These damn black communists, these black, and they just keep saying it too. You know, the more I say it, the most it's gonna make sense. Might not make sense to nobody else, but I guarantee it makes sense to me. Them damn black communists. Them damn black communists. Let's just keep saying it.
You know who it makes sense to? That girl that said you enjoy slavery. That's what it makes sense to, which is the people who the brother is like saying, well, you know, let's rely on these fools, you know what I'm saying, to protect us. And you know what I'm saying? And they think that, like, they don't think that it's the same bird. They like, yo, this wing is a whole separate bird. You know what I'm saying? I don't even see no other wing. But you know.
I was waiting for him to say Keyway though when he was saying black communists. I was like, yup.
Them black communists. Them black communists. Like, damn. And white men, they funny and they crazy. One thing for sure, two things for certain, the third one is a fact. We better be getting ready. Now they all the same. We better be getting ready, man. I'm just being honest. If you ain't ready, you know, they say if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. I say I stay ready. Could be not. Can't say. But I'm doing everything in my power to be there. But man, I'm telling you, shit. We gonna have to get ready, man. I just leave it at that. We gonna have to get goddamn ready.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? You got to understand that. Maybe that'll be our wake-up call when we get wiped off the planet, you know what I'm saying? But anyway. All right, so watch this brother Donald Glover, you know what I'm saying? I just now I'm just getting into random wake-up calls, because let's be real, you know, Clarence Thomas is kind of like damn, brother. But you know, just random wake-up calls in different fields, you know.
Admitted I was a diversity hire. There's your headline, okay? Or anything like that, but Tina Fey said it herself. It was a diversity thing, said Glover, from a 2018 New Yorker profile of Glover. He noted that his own skin color had surely influenced his career, beginning with his first job as a writer on 30 Rock. I wondered, am I being hired just because I'm Black? Tina Fey, the show's creator and star, told me that the answer was in large part yes. She admired Glover's talent, but hired him because funds from NBC's diversity initiative made him pretty.
Yeah, man, that's
And she wrote, Donald was our only African-American writer at the time, but his real diversity was that he was our only cool young person who could tell us what kids were listening to these days. Determining Glover's real diversity and concluding it wasn't his Blackness is so Fey. But the point is that this conversation that's now happening has been happening. Regarding Fey's admiration of Glover's youth, she wrote his Time 100 Blaze character, Jenna. In the first, she wears blackface during an argument with Tracy Morgan's Tracy Jordan about whether white women have it harder than Black men. Tracy, in turn, wore white makeup, a wig, and
damn it, Tracy Morgan. I'm not trying to know.
I thought this shit was green, but go ahead.
Damn it,
Man, I'm mad confused. That's a woman in blackface?
That's Tina Fey in the middle, and that's Tracy Morgan on the right.
Oh wow, that's some crazy makeup.
Oh yeah. Listen, I don't nominate Tracy Morgan. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they could have him.
Outfit.
What'd you say?
I said no, they could have him.
In one, John Hamm's face is darkened during a riff on the racism of Amos and Andy. In another, his hand is replaced with that of an executed Black prisoner. Even while they were conceiving these episodes, Fey and her collaborators obviously knew that blackface jokes could be problematic. And one behind-the-scenes clip from the 30 Rock DVD set, the show's creator holds up a photo of Jenna in blackface and notes that the character has twice worn race-changing makeup. Fey adds that this device was being used to make...
So yeah, they had to hire this young brother. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was an opportunity, maybe it wasn't. Yo, and I actually watched this show, Atlanta, right? And it was a episode about selling out, you know what I'm saying? Was it worth it to sell out? You know what I'm saying? And y'all, I ain't even gonna speak on it. So y'all, if y'all want to say something, because
what season?
It was like the last season.
I ain't watched that one.
Yeah, it
I
was.
couldn't from the first episode. That first episode was so whack. I was just like, nah.
Yeah, I skipped like the first year. That's probably why, like you know, the last year was just it wasn't like funny or not. It was just interesting concepts that, like, you know what I'm saying.
Oh no, that motherfucker weird though. I mean, he should have known he was a diversity hire though. I mean, Like how you don't know you a diversity hire if you the only black person there? Like it should be common damn sense. Like what do you think is going on? Like what? And plus, like he's like a super cool. I can't remember. I think somebody said, oh yeah, they was talking about him. They said that this dude likes, like, he asked women to call him the N-word, like white women to call him the N-word in bed. He's the diversity hire that, like, he's the jackpot. I should tell you, a matter of fact, I should say this. So I got this job just over broke, right? Where it's remote, right? I don't know if these people think I'm black or not. I mean, I can't tell. I think white people can tell from your voice, but I don't know. But there's a sister who's black, right? A good old African American, right? Down south African American type, right? She kind of half-assing at work. I ain't gonna hold y'all. But the way how these white people talk about her, oh my gosh. And I'm sitting there like the spook who sat by the door, because I'm like kind of on a like in the management kind of a bit, right? So he's just telling me, but I'm like, I'm on her side, you know what I'm saying? So I'll be pulling her to the side, have a private conversation, like, hey, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you know how it is. But it's like, damn, the way how like the thing is that white folk want, if they're gonna do a diversity hire, because I don't know, I could have been a diversity hire, right? But if they're gonna do a diversity hire, they want somebody who's coded, And I ain't gonna hold y'all. I don't usually code. Like, I don't know if y'all know, I got this red, black, and green flag in my living room. I had to do a remote interview. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I did not keep the flag up on that one occasion. You know what I'm saying? like I wasn't like cooling, but I knew how to, get in. Right? I'm saying all that to say that, there are spooks who sat by the door. Okay? And then there are damn spooks. You know what I'm saying? like there are damn, I don't know what spook means actually, but there are damn motherfuckers who, I shouldn't say spook. There's those who just the good old boys. And that's whatever this guy's name is, like Donald Glover. That's Donald Glover. He's a piece of work, man. Like, anybody who's not only sleeping with white women, but telling white women to call her the N-word. Like not every white woman's even down with that. But the fact that you asking white women, like, you looking for the worst examples of white women, or not even the worst example, but just a bad example of a white woman to feed your sense of racial hatred. No shit, you are a thing. Like, some people saying he probably got off on her telling him that. You know what I'm saying? He probably asked her to tell him that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why it's coming out news right now, but like, Donald Glover is a piece of fucking work. He's a piece of work. And he's not like I know Forecast is big on defending everybody black. That's cool. But like me, nah, Donald Glover is a piece of work. I mean, and like this is pretty harmless. Like, it's pretty damn obvious if you're the only black person in the room that you a diversity hire. I don't know what makes you think that you would be in a white boy's job if not for diversity hiring, because they don't gotta hire you. It's not like there's a shortage. You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's a shortage of white people. They only hire you for one damn reason, right? And that's so that that's because of, matter of fact, because I guess you could say James Farmer and them were like, give us jobs, this type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, but the white boys wasn't gonna do that.
Remember, Danny Glover gave you that great song. This is America.
Yeah.
This is America. I'm like, man, everybody done got crunk about that bullshit, but okay. Anyhow.
Nah, that dance was it, man. Get it.
But anyhow, yeah, he knew he was a diversity hire. This is my thing, man. Shit. If you the diversity hire, and I noticed you said you say if there's a spook that's set by the door, you say you don't know what a spook is, I be the black man said by the door. I can't call myself no spook. Even though I know what folks are saying.
I can't remember what a spook is. Is it a racial slur or is it a spy?
Yes. No, spook is a racial slur. Spook came from the Klan started calling black people spooks when they wanted because they called them spooks when they were They never hurt black people. They never did anything to them. They were just spooks. When we went out and we put on our white hood, they thought we were ghosts. That's why they would get scared and run. Those spooks, we never did nothing to them. Yeah, that was a racial.
Shit. But nah, I thought it was also like it's also like a term for a spy though, right? I thought so.
I don't know.
I'm not
It
100%
could
sure.
be, but I'm just talking about when they called the black folk. Yeah, that was a derogatory term toward.
Yeah, my apologies then. You know,
toward
but it's
black
in the
folk.
book title. I don't know why he put it. I mean, but you know, my apologies.
Oh, that was like the point though, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes people use like the N word in a way to make you like, you know what I'm saying, in an artistic way as they would put it, you know what I'm saying?
But I can't be calling nobody spook though. You know what I'm saying? That's I can't be doing that.
Remember,
I might be a tether, but I'm not that much of a tether. You know what I'm saying?
you watch Good Times. You ever watch Good Times?
I ain't really watched. I mean, I watched some of it, but not.
That was definitely Tether energy right there. I was playing.
Dynamite.
But like if you watch Good, and Mike was giving them a Black History lesson and was talking about Christmas addicts, and James was like, he was talking about then on Good Times. You can find the episode. He was talking about, he named the African people that back then he named the African people that showed Christopher Columbus how to come here. And James was like, you mean to tell me they let a spook sail a ship? Yeah.
Stupid, man. James is an idiot, man.
Yeah, you mean to tell me they let a spook sail a ship? Some shit like that. Yeah, on Good Time.
Yeah, it's a whole like story behind that. They was like he had to quit behind that, all that stuff. But how they was trying to write the show and all that stuff.
So they always do that. They did that with Family Matters too. I heard. Like it was supposed to be about the officer, and then it came about Urkel or some shit. You know, like oh, that happened in what's his face too, right? Will Smith, The Fresh Prince. I don't know how black folk. It's kind of like that whole Clarence Thomas thing where we just keep falling for the same damn trick. You know, you get a bunch of serious actors, and you get like one comedian, and then they're like, "Why is the comedian getting so much play?" They do it over and over and ever again, every fucking sitcom. Like Aunt Viv is like, "Oh my gosh, why is Will Smith getting all the attention?" Were you not watching Good Times when JJ got the attention? Were you not watching Family Matters when Urkel got the attention? They do the same trick. They just get you in the door. They wave a bunch of money, and you take it as serious. But meanwhile, they play your whole people. Like they do it repeatedly. It's like this is Carlos A. Cook's quote where he's like, "White folk do the same trick over and over again." Like the masses are kind of silly in that way because they keep doing the same trick, and I get it because it's like, why fix what's not broken? They do the same damn trick. They're gonna get serious people and they're gonna put in a dumb comedian, and the show's gonna be all about the dumb comedian, and you gonna be complaining why it's not about you because they knew in advance.
Yeah, but you know that's up to the black actors themselves to like, because like you know at the end of the day it's just the same reason why we take jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just their profession. You know what I'm saying? Now it's up to us to put our money together so we could quit our jobs. That you know what I'm saying, and so we don't have to deal with it. I kind of see it as kind of the same thing. You know, because I understand like why complaining about it, and that's the point. But you know, that's the game, you know what I'm saying? That's why they're gonna put the entertainers and you know what I'm saying, they're gonna choose your representatives and to get their jobs, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying, what are you gonna do, right?
Well, my thing is this: why be surprised? You know, it's like it's like for me at this job, I have to give this sister the talk, and you know, be like, look, sister, you just got to do what the fucking job is, because like at this job. I mean, I'm not like, obviously it's a simple job. I'm not really doing no labor or nothing. But like these white folk be like, and it's basic stuff. It's not like, you know, it's like, you know, math, you know, it's kind of NDA, but still, you know, it's like doing some math type shit. So it's not like I'm doing anything bad to anybody. But if these white boys are like, hey, do it this way, right? I know what I'm there for. You know, I'm not surprised. Hey, why are you blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, okay, I get it. You know, this is what you want from me. And the thing is that, like, because I hear about this Aunt Viv, you know, for Will Smith, for Fresh Prince, where she's like, they just didn't make the show serious like I wanted. Like, why the fuck you thinking that white folk gonna give you a serious and good representation in whatever year it was? It was 1995. Why would you think that white folk are really looking out for your best interest? Like, that's what I'm just confused about. If I and I mean, obviously my job is not it's not really involved, like, they can't, pressure on black folk. But like, if I were at a job that did have some sort of impact on black folk, why would I be surprised if they would try to do black folk dirty? Like I said, with my coworker, I understand, because she decides to go on a Teams meeting, right? So we're all on Teams. You could have your letters up, okay? She has her picture up. So you got this smiling, pretty black woman, right? While everybody's got letters. You should know you're gonna face some more racial discrimination. You understand? And I mean, I don't agree with it, right? But it's like, you should know that. I mean, and I'm not saying you should hide yourself, obviously, but it just comes with the territory. White folk do not like you. They don't like you. And being surprised about that is just like, in 2023 it's just beyond me. They just don't like you.
Right. Yeah, well, that's why we at the, 599th annual Wake Up Call show, because unfortunately we don't understand it. So I go to the next one, right? So the Harvard students, shouts out to Bakari. So here's a white school for you, Bakari. So black Harvard students held at gunpoint by college campus,
Brightest. Harvard University students were sleeping in their undergraduate suite, trying to get as much rest as possible before the new school week began. But at around 4 a.m., they were awoken by noises banging on their suite door, commands for them to open it. They did, which is when they were confronted by 5 Harvard University police officers in riot gear, assault rifles in hand. They were then instructed by the officers to raise their hands, exit through their rooms, and enter a nearby suite, all while officers pointed assault rifles directly in their faces.
I can tell you what, I can't believe this. I'm a Harvard student. I've graduated 3.9, GPA, 6th in my class. How you can't do this to me? It's 2023.
That, according to the Harvard Crimson newspaper.
Yeah, my bad, y'all. Yeah, man.
The hoax? Harvard seniors, Jera Kay, Cotton, Jasmine and Dunlap, David G. Madzivanyika, and Alexandra Renee. An officer later explained to the students that a false report was filed to the Harvard University Police Department. It led to them believing there was a threat in the building, hence the riot gear and assault rifles. According to the Harvard Crimson, Cotton and Renee both received a call from the police a half an hour before the raid, but they understandably did not answer since they were in the middle of a good REM sleep. The Harvard University police spokesperson, Stephen Catalano, said this in an interview. Threatening violence against occupants. The officers searched the Levitt House suite with negative results for an individual with a firearm or any persons acting. This is the students, particularly because my roommates and I are Black students, said Jera Cotton, who have been bombarded our whole lives with stories and images portraying how situations such as this ended up terribly.
Can't
We
believe
felt
it
our
happened
lives
to
were in
me.
danger. We are traumatized, Cotton said. She was disappointed also by the lack of university-wide response or acknowledgement. Being accosted in your place of residence warrants a university-wide response, warrants the president's attention, warrants the dean of students' attention, warrants an email at the very least. Reportedly, the FBI is working with Harvard police to find the suspect in this latest swatting hoax. There is so much.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, they got their wake up call at a young age. You know what I'm saying? They like, yeah, we're traumatized, but you know, like we've heard stories about this our whole lives, but we never believed it until we seen it. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm saying is, you don't want it to be at your front door before you're ready to do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Because like none of us want this to happen. We want I want the casualties, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants the casualties to stop. You know what I'm saying? But like, you can't wait for whatever happens to happen. You know what I'm saying? If you was, you know what I'm saying, warned about this, then you should probably be prepared. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you probably the one of like, you know, 400 black students. You know what I'm saying there. So, Bakari, you wanted to say something about, you know what I'm saying, the HWIC or whatever.
I really have nothing to say on it. I'm just waiting on it. I'm just waiting on their critique on it because you got to call it out. I'm just waiting on it. I'm just waiting on all the critique on it. That's all I'm waiting on.
What, of Harvard?
I'm just waiting on their critique of the white folks and what they do to black students. I'm just waiting on all the critique on it. That's all I'm waiting on.
Oh no, they ain't gonna be no critique, man. You know how white man never.
Hey, look, they don't never get that critique. They ain't gonna get that critique.
Nah, they never gonna get a critique, man.
But you know what though? But for real, on the serious, but serious though, serious, because this ain't nothing to even troll about. Even though, you know what, this ain't nothing to troll about. That is a messed up, and that was not a prank. I don't care what nobody say. You don't prank. I'm gonna call the police on these. But come, do that. Think about that. Do that even sound like a prank? Hey, let's do a prank. What's that? Let's call the police on some black people.
Well, I'm gonna say this though.
Just think about that. Hey, let's call the police on some black people. That'll be a good prank. That don't even sound right.
It sound right to that girl earlier. Trust me.
It says, you know, some of these black folk enjoy this.
They'll just laugh with you.
Oh, like that shit. Yeah, you know.
Nah, but that's why you can't look. You cannot give your address out. I'm telling you, man, you cannot give your address out. Some black folk, because I don't know how, because the thing is that this is, it's not a prank, obviously, but this is a thing on the internet, like them video game people. You know, I've heard about white folk playing white folk in like Call of Duty, and one of them is whooping the other one's ass, and so then they call for a bomb threat, FBI, and the FBI show up and all that shit, you know, and they have it on live stream type shit. And I know that, you know, y'all boy Tariq Nasheed got somebody call the FBI on him too. I mean, you know, call SWAT and all that shit on him. But it's like, yeah, you just can't, like, you should not, if you're black in America, you should not trust anybody white. You know, when I was in college, because I decided to go to a PWI, I'll admit it. And partly because I didn't know much about America and I was just whatever, right? Oh, and I also was trying to study astronomy, and there wasn't like I didn't see it in the particular black schools I was supposed to go to. They didn't have astronomy program because I didn't understand much about astronomy at the time, right? But anyway, my thing was this. I go to this PWI, but it's like I never partied. I never, like, these white boys would invite me out, you know, and it was like, no, I strongly decline. You know what I mean? I just stuck to my books. I was like,
you ain't go to Greece with them or nothing?
Shit, no, I didn't even go down the street with them, man. Like, I didn't even get out the street. Like, it was pretty much just a big bad. Like, I stuck to myself because I knew damn well, right? If because I definitely did. Like, I never drank before, but I still wouldn't drink that. Like college was like an opportunity for you to, you know, explore drinking in a quote unquote safe environment. I knew damn well if I had drank a little bit, I would have been hanging. I would have been a strange fruit. You know what I'm saying? So I just like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, obviously people know where your dorm is because if you're living in a dorm, they know. But it's just nah. And that's another thing too. It's like you see how the police do you. I mean, you see how everybody does you, even in Harvard, because you got to say to yourself this. You're living in a dorm situation. I don't know if y'all ever been to them dorms, but like them police had to go up 13 floors type shit, you know, and you have to go through the RA and all that shit, and nobody chose to warn you. Nobody chose to say, heads up, the police are outside.
Or stop the police, like, no, it's not them.
Yeah, exactly. Or stop the police and say, hey, maybe another time, or blah, blah, blah. This seems like a long thing. Oh, there's some threats. You know, because I mean, look, I get that the police might have to investigate some sort of threat. I get that. You know, so somebody called a prank on them. They need to find that person. You know, they used to say, hey, who are you? What's your name? Because if you're lying, we're going to fucking expel you. And we're going to so on and so forth. Like, there should be some sort of punishment there. But of course, because it was all black folk, they don't give a shit. But all the same, what I'm saying is that nobody was looking out for these people. I can tell you this. One time I had a neighbor, police came for this neighbor, right? I gave this brother every motherfucking heads up. You understand? I said, hey, man, the police, you know, it was over some noise disturbance. I said, hey, man, the police is, you know, blah, blah, blah. Don't, you know, like I said, you know, I say, look, man, you don't got to let them in. You don't got to do nothing. They don't got no warrant, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you give this brother every motherfucking heads up. You take the damn risk. With these black folk, they said, oh, those Edwards aren't there. Shoot them. I hope they probably had cameras out while these boys were crying. It's a damn shame. And like we're not saying this, but if you make it to Harvard, chances are, like you said, you were studying your life for this shit. Not your life, but you know, you was really putting in work in high school so that you could get to one of America's top tier, you know, miseducation systems. You know what I'm saying? like one of the places where you could get the most confused about who you are. You was working your ass off for that, right? And for all that to come to, oh, you about to get gunned down like a fucking animal, and nobody's looking out for you, right? Like Forecast said, this is just, you know, another year. You know, it's just year 654 about you not waking the fuck up. Cause damn.
Yeah, you know something? I'm gonna tell you something about the early 2000s, right? I had a cousin that graduated from Cornell, right, which is a Poison Ivy League school too, right? One thing that, you know, I learned this from talking to his dad, because I don't really talk to him, but Poison Ivy League schools led the nation in suicides. Mostly white, because that's what go there. A lot of you know, the white foreigners, white people from the US. They say very rarely, I don't know, I guess we've been built to take people's shit. Very rarely did that happen. But yes, the Poison Ivy League schools that people think is the best. Because one thing I didn't like about what that woman said at the beginning of that video, they even do this to our best and our brightest. What make them the best and the brightest? Because they went to Yale? Think about that shit. They even do it to our best. They're our best and our brightest because they went to Yale. They got the opportunity to be around a bunch of rich white folks. They do it to your richest too. Look at LeBron. Look at Doc Rivers. Can we do I need to continue? They do it to black people. And you know what? What I can't believe is black people still saying they can't believe that this is 20. I can't believe this is going on in 2023. That's what I can't believe. I should. That black people is saying stuff like that. But yes, those Poison Ivy League schools, man. Those Poison Ivy League schools, it's not, you know, for my opinion, not for us. But you know, they have to meet their quota. You can get in. A black person can get in if they haven't met their quota, right? If they haven't met their quota of black people, a black person can get in Harvard or Yale on scholarship and in the Poison Ivy League schools with like a 3.2, 3.3. It don't have to be as high as people think. And like I said, I learned that because I had a cousin that graduated from Cornell. Now he had a 4.0, but I learned from them that no, it didn't have to be that because they have to have a certain amount of black people in their school. So, and they have to, and they're gonna give you a scholarship. Yep, and that's what so yeah, but that's another thing about the Poison Ivy League schools. All of those suicides. Now I'm just saying, like I said, I learned that from family who was there. And that was like the early 2000s. They said he used to have a lot of, but he said they had a bridge on Cornell campus, what it was called Suicide Bridge, because that's what most people they would
Yeah, I think it was Cornell, right? I think it was Cornell. Like,
Suicide Bridge.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing that. I was like, ew. I'm
Yeah,
not going there.
so many people, so many of those white folks.
They was proud of it too. They were proud of, oh yeah, man, our system is rigorous. We got people killing themselves. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yep, they are proud of
that
it.
school.
My cousin said that's part of the tour when they showing you the school. That's part of the tour. Suicide Bridge, and that's when they started telling you about the suicides that the Poison Ivy League schools have. I'm glad.
Brother Bakar, let me ask you this though. You notice how this is the first. You notice how when we was talking about how Forecast never talks about these PWIs, all of a sudden he decided to make this a highlight story. You see that, right?
Nah, that's the problem. See, I always talk about. Well, I don't talk about college all the time. So
yeah, exactly. He was like, "Yo, you never after that." He's like, "Oh,
I do.
Let me look for this one story that what I'm saying." Shit, from like,
Nah, I pull every story out. You know what I'm saying? And that's the thing here. Because I was gonna say what I wanted to say, but because I'm surprised both of y'all ain't even talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, because. This may be y'all white education coming out of y'all, you know what I'm saying, where y'all didn't even realize this was y'all opportunity to shine on what y'all want to talk about and how all these black people is this and that. But now y'all just talked about y'all experiences around y'all white people that y'all loved, you know what I'm saying, and how y'all got y'all wake up call, which I appreciate. That's a part of the show.
What pressure was I talking about? I talked about my cousin who went to a Poison Ivy League school. No pressure I felt.
And I would definitely donate the Suicide Bridge if ain't no black people.
You would donate to the Suicide Bridge?
You donate to the bridge, man. I know. I feel you. I got. Look, you can check my bank account. I donate to it every week. I'm like, oh, another suicide.
Think about that. But think about that. How crazy is that? They brag. Our education, our curriculum is so tough. People commit suicide. You go to the school, they take you on a tour to go see the bridge. How crazy is that?
It's white crazy. That's what it is. But yeah, like Forecast is trying to say, yeah. I mean, that's why this would it like. See, the thing is that of course it's not gonna happen at HBCU because black folk don't find that funny. If you around black folk and you decide to call the police, you already done fucked up. But if you decide to call the police on another person off of some bullshit, yeah, nah. See, you would be outed right away. You see what I'm saying? You'll be outed right away, and of course, campus police gonna come through and be like, "Hey, let's give it a talk first." Like something's gonna happen. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like the way you get played. Because I remember, matter of fact, so I shouldn't tell this story, but I did get I was I don't know how old I was. I was a young buck going to college, and somebody off campus, let's just say they tried to get some money from me, I guess. All right. But why I'm saying this is that, I went to campus police. They were like, we can't do anything about it. Right. And that's fine. Retrospect makes sense. Right. But what I'm saying is that, this whole situation, like, yeah, you wouldn't find, like, this is not even a thing for a black campus. Because one, ain't nobody gonna make that's not a prank, right? That's a death threat, right? Two, your campus police would obviously stand up for you, right? Three, your RA, your building is obviously going to stand up for you. Like these, and four, they're not going like upload the video. Like people not going to be recording that shit like that. I'm not saying that black folk don't record videos. I know they do, but what I'm saying is that what happened, what we're seeing right now, is that somebody set these black folk up to be killed, and and Harvard is hush about it. The school is hush about it. The community is hush about it. So that tells you already what's in store for you. You know, and I'm gonna give Forecasters credit because he's given us like because this is very nicely themed and everything is tied together excellently. You know,
don't give him no credit. I gave him the story. Don't give him no credit. I gave him the story.
I waited for you to show up, Bakari.
I give Brother Bakari credit for Forecast. But like you see how like everybody getting their wake up call, and I mean I feel sorry for these boys because realistically speaking, these boys would have been killed. They would have gotten got. You know, I was pretty sad. I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you guys a story because this is one of the stories that just still gets me. So I did go to this PWI, and what happened at this PWI was one time this sister, beautiful sister, like stunning, you know, some white girl dropped her off into my suite. Okay, so I'm a suite full of dudes. White girl sees this black sister drunk as fuck, drunk as a skunk, and just drops her off to a bunch of dudes because one of the brothers there. Okay, and this is one of them Southern brothers. He was a bad motherfucker. Like he could box, he was fit, right? And he held me up at knife point. You know what I'm saying? like he was not a motherfucker to play with. Okay. At the same time, so he's looking at this sister because sister's fine. She's drunk as a skunk. White girl's like, you want to fuck her? You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. And I'm sitting there like, what's going on, right? Because clearly she's too drunk, you know? And you know what's going to happen. If he messes with this lady, he's going to catch a charge. And she's going to, you know, feel violated, right? So even though this dude held me up at gunpoint, even though this dude, you know, not knife point, you know, and he's already like, he's already kicked my ass. You know what I'm saying? Even though he held me up at knife point, he could kick my ass and he got a blade on me, right? I had to step to him and say, look, man, you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I know you guys already don't know this, but I joke a lot, right? And back then, I used to joke a lot. And so this dude was like, I thought you always joking. I thought you never serious. And I was like, man, but you know you can't do this because obviously, if you go through with something like this, you're gonna go to fucking prison. Because what happened was that there was a bunch of white folk around us. Like I said, there was a white girl who dropped his sister off, and there were two white boys, and the white boys were like, he's gonna rape her, like kind of like proud, but it also told me that if you know shit went down, they were gonna testify against him, and it was a clear-cut case, right? So I had to stand up to this brother. Because it's like, you know, chances are I'd have to, you know, we'd have to throw it out. And I would have obviously got my ass kicked. Maybe, I don't know. But I had to stand up to this dude. I'm like, look, man, you can't make this decision. You see what I'm saying? And so he let the sister walk, right? But I still think about it. And the sister don't know that I looked out for her. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I did fucking write the school president and say, what the fuck is this shit, right? You know, I'm tight. But I'm saying this to say that, you know, like these white people, you gotta understand, these white people are not looking out for you and they will fucking set you up to die. Like they set these black people up to die, just like they set that black sister to get raped and they set that black boy to go to prison. Okay? And I mean, obviously, I'm not proud of going to no PWI, but like I like the one good thing about it is that I did save that sister and that brother. You understand? That's probably the one good thing, right? But I'm saying that to say, yeah, man, these white folk, you should never, like, I think it was a lesson of Rosewood. I think the sister said, they said, what's the one thing you learned from Rosewood? And she said, do not get surrounded by white folk. Never go somewhere with white folks around you. And this is, and that's like a forecast is trying to say, that's why the fuck I defend HBCU too. I mean, I didn't get the chance to go, right? And I regret that. But I defend HBCU because you should not, as a black person, go somewhere where you are surrounded.
Because they probably gonna do the same thing to you like they did to us. That's what she said. You know what I'm saying? And then we proceeded to surround ourselves completely by everybody. But
yeah, like this would be a prank. Hey, I see Oni. I called the police. This would not be. It would be a prank and not a prank. Hey, I see a black man. I ain't gonna say locks, with dreadlocks, with a beard. He's about 6'2", and he's running through the neighborhood with a hood on, like he did something. That shit ain't funny. Cause we know the police gonna go look for a black dude about 6'2" with locks, getting ready to whoop his ass, shoot him, or take him to jail. That shit is not funny. You understand what I'm saying? So when they call that police, and folks talking about it's a prank, I can't even remember what they told the police that happened. But look how the police come in there. The police were coming in there ready to blow them up, ready to blow them away. And that is crazy. That is, see, and like I said, I think we have gotten so used to being treated horribly in this country. Well, I think a lot of us expect it, and we know how to deal with it. Back to the suicides at the Poison Ivy League School in the early 2000s. That's why there wasn't many, the black people that was going to those schools, you wouldn't find black people committing suicide. We have just adjusted to being treated. We have adjusted to being treated bad. We have adjusted to being treated inhumane. We've accepted that these people gonna treat us worse than they treat their dogs and their cats, and we've accepted that. Let's just figure out a way to get in there. And if we get in there, that's still better than being loved and respected by your own. Man, just think of that mindset. Just think of that. And I'm not, because like I say, all of us, including myself, because I believe all of us have a little bit of something from white in us because of all this pressure we've been under in this country. And everybody can't fight it. So you do everything in your power to fight it. Everybody can't fight it. Some people just accept it. Shit, this just the way it is. They on, like we was on Fan Base one time. Forecast, I don't think you was on this one. Or if you did, you came on late. I know Erica was there. But when that woman said, they're still black, y'all just have to think about with everything we've been through and people, when you read the Bible, we're cursed. I just realized, that if we go ahead and accept that God put us on earth to serve the rest of the people because we're good servants, God wanted everybody over us, then we'll be okay, able to do our jobs better. A grown black person literally said that shit. Me and Erica got off. Were you on it that night, okay?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
Erica, you remember that? Because God put us here to serve, because we better. And if we just accept that, we'll be able to do our jobs better and we'll be okay in this country.
Yeah, and let me say to shout out, and Bawana been in the chat for a minute. I've been meaning to say this the whole time, but shouts out to my brother Bawana and shouts out to Erica in the chat. Yeah, definitely. Hope you feeling better, you know what I'm saying? But so all right, yo, let me keep going. Cause I told you I still got a couple more things to show. I told y'all, but you know what I'm saying? I want to show y'all this one. Cause speaking of that, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna talk about the college professors, your boy Cornel West. And I think he's getting his wake-up call, because he got kicked out of Harvard. Speaking
now
of Harvard,
he only talking about colleges. You see that? We told him, hey man, you only call out HBCUs. Now all of a sudden he just called every motherfucking.
No, see, that's the issue. Because when I was talking about only that stuff, all you talk about is all you do is defend black people. You damn right. All I do is, you said it earlier. You damn right. All I do is defend black people. You know what I'm saying?
Cornel West.
I'm talking about. I've always talked about. Yeah, I would like if he was to get shot by the police or something like that.
Or beat down on TV.
Yeah,
I would defend that. I ain't gonna lie, I got a problem with black folks getting beat and killed on TV. Yes.
Shit, if I'm not beating this motherfucker on TV, I mean maybe. Nah, Cordell West, man. I Cordell West, we go way back, man. I remember, I think it was that Sister Michelle Alexander did a book. So I think I was working for this black bookstore, and he was like hand out some book flyers, in Harlem or something, and to this Michelle Alexander event. And so Cordell West is there, and this dude's talking. Like, this, how, I mean, I don't know if y'all, how Cornel West talk, just this lyrical, saying all these words, the eviscerated, like, what are you saying? Like Frederick Douglass on Wannabe. And I was like, damn, man. I mean, he made me want to just get up and start writing, because I was like, ain't no way this motherfucker could say all this dumb stuff and get away with it. And I apologize for cursing. I know Erica's listening, but yeah. So no, Cordell West is a piece of work. I mean, I'm not saying I would want him to get beat up by no white boy, but I would definitely watch. I would grab some popcorn if some black folk was beating his ass.
Yeah, well, that's different if you administering your own justice. You know what I'm saying? That's something different. I agree with
I feel you.
But he's showing up here on the annual, you know what I'm saying, wake up call. And
but I'm just saying, he an old ass man right now. I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I know the concept of what you're speaking in, so I feel what you're saying. You know what I'm saying, and that's why he's here today on the, you know what I'm saying, annual wake up calls. He's an old ass dude now, you know what I'm saying, and now after all that years of talking about, Sister Soldier, you tripping, you know what I'm saying, and all that stuff back then. And I'm only talking about the spirit of Sister Soldier back then, you know what I'm saying. But anyway,
I just want to make sure that each and every one of the universities have a fundamental commitment to intellectual freedom and can hold off market pressures, so that whatever issues we talk about, I mean, I'm deeply concerned about the Israeli occupation and Palestinian plight and predicament.
This is why he got fired for it. Israeli and whatchamacallit predicament.
And that's not a popular issue. And I think we have to have a serious, robust, uninhibited conversation about that issue that's respectful. It's not anti-Jewish, but it's not anti-Palestinian either. So that I'm concerned about that issue, but I'm concerned about issues across the board. It's got to be intellectual freedom at a Harvard, at a Yale, at a Roxbury Community College, at a University of Chicago, at a Howard or a Spelman, anywhere.
Well, you say you're concerned about that issue. Are you concerned that potentially your support for the Palestinian cause may have cost you tenure?
I wonder about that.
Now, Bakar, did you say nothing can cause you your tenure or something like that?
It was supposed to be, tenure, it take like an act of state legislator or something like that. They can't just say, I'm going to fire you, even though some states trying to change that, like Florida. Where the governor can, in Florida, they trying to change it where the governor can fire you if you don't like your ass. But some states trying to get rid of that. It was supposed to be like state government had to get rid of someone that was tenured. That's why the PhD junkie still work at is still at Columbia, because they got upset with him for writing the books, talking about how it's okay to do drugs. It is an embarrassment. He won't tell young black men or women not to do drugs. He just tell them how to do them safely. I'm trying to keep talking to say his name, but anyway, he's tenured at Columbia, and they tried to fire him and they couldn't.
Oh, white dude.
No, this is a black dude.
Oh,
this is a black dude.
Nah, but you see that though, like what Forecast is saying, man. First off, Clarence Thomas, like, if there's one person, if there's one position can't get fired, right? You learned this from elementary school. It's the Supreme Court justice. That's the one thing. And then now all of a sudden this brother get fired. Now you got Cornel West. The Du Bois of the day. You know what I mean? He's the one. He's on the chopping block. Like some things, because that's what I'm saying. And like white folk really want you to think that you can. Because like I said, I was trying to do my PhD or whatever, and I just kind of started thinking that I shouldn't. Okay, because I was like, I might be a little too radical. At the time, and I wasn't even that radical at the time, but I was like, I might be a little too radical to be, you know, sitting up in no PhD program because I know they'd fire me. And these white people were like, no, look at I can't remember this white boy's name, Noam Chomsky. And look at Noam Chomsky. He's a radical, but because he's so good at linguistics or whatever, they can't fire him, right? And I'm like, Cracker, you know that I'm black, right? like they are not the same rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going, because I'm telling you, like that's why I appreciate, that's what I'm saying. Y'all need to keep doing this kind of stuff because people are listening. Like I said, if somebody didn't tell me to wake up, that's why, in fact, I'll even give Malcolm X, like, I might give Malcolm X some, you know, some stuff, but I'll give Malcolm X credit because I remember when I was in high school, that was the first thing I heard from Malcolm X was something that like really stuck with me, where he said, "What's a black person with a PhD? Like, what do you call a black person with a PhD? An N-word." And like, I probably wouldn't say that today, but I understand where he was coming from, and it's just like these people do not treat you like your people, like you're the same people. And when you think you are, because that's what Cornel West's message is. Like when I listen to Cornel West, I'm like, this coon. You know what I'm saying? Like he makes me mad. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously he's an old man. I wouldn't do anything. He was younger back then when I was getting mad. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the whole thing with that is that, you know, you know, like just you think you're above the rule. You know what I'm saying? You think you're above the rule, but you're not. Like, could Noam Chomsky pull it off? Because I'm like, no, I'm looking at Noam Chomsky. I'm like, this motherfucker's not that radical anyway, right? But even on top of that, he's white. Okay, I'm not white, and the shit that I want to say, obviously, I can't be sitting down and know. Like that's why I don't want no motherfucker to dox me. You know, some of y'all be like, yo, Oni, why don't you use your government or some shit, right? I don't want you motherfuckers to dox me. Because I tell you, the way how I be talking about these white boys, as soon as y'all contact this white boy and tell him blah, 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 of course he's going to fire my black. Like in a heartbeat. There's no freedom of speech in America. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I mean, I shouldn't even say that because I don't want to put it out there because I know what's his face is listening that America's First Coon Man. He's probably listening like, let me go get this motherfucker doxxed, but or your boy, yeah, I don't know if y'all heard, man. Oh, Bakari, your boy you got was just lynching me. Like, what the fuck? Like, yo, anyway, but my thing is, yeah, man, of course the wake up call, man. But that's why I appreciate the fact that, you know, I got exposed to some black folk way back because, you know, I ain't have to wake up. I already knew these white boys was not my friends, you know, and I knew how to just smile and take notes. You know what I'm saying? Smile and take screenshots. That's it.
All right. So yeah, what's going on, number X? And yeah, I feel what you're saying, Oni. And you know, it's nothing to be like that because there's people that come on here. I ain't gonna show my face and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Not that I have ever done it, but I'm not ashamed to like do it or nothing like that. It's just that, you know, whatever. But so yeah, you don't have to feel bad about nothing like that because people is crazy on top of that. So but yeah, let me show the rest of this because
No, there's other cases recently at Harvard where there's been very high quality scholars. In fact, there was a Jewish Israeli woman, one of the finest scholars, who was very critical of Israeli occupation. She also was denied a tenure position. So that I hope that there's not a pattern setting in that we can't have a serious discussion of this issue. And as you know, it's very delicate because as soon as you raise the issue, you're accused of being anti-Semite.
About a few things that are worth fighting.
you know they're gonna get on me for skipping that part about the shysters, Bakari. Which they ain't your friends either, though. I will say that. I'm trying to figure out which friends.
How they gonna get on you? They scared to say Jew.
Oh yeah, the Polish kike bitch that runs this jungle.
Yeah, they scared to say Jew. They can't get on you. They got to think of nicknames for them.
I know they can't get on me because they had a hook-nosed girl come on their channel and disrespect. Anyway, my bad.
for you. Why was this not worth fighting for?
It's because it was too late. The public outcry has been magnificent among students and among fellow citizens and people all around the world. Harvard was starting to shift. But you see, I don't believe that respect can be coerced. I don't believe that respect can be forced. So it was too late, and I wanted to go back to
yeah, it's too late. It only took 54 years for him to realize you can't force them to
the
respect
great
you.
Union Theological Seminary. I wanted to go back to the. I'm blessed to return there, and the great Don.
The success of our Black faculty. Do you feel that that was an accurate statement?
Well, I think that Brother Larry, he's got a good heart. He just has to have more spine. He's got to translate his words into action. He's got to translate.
All right, so I ain't gonna talk about him saying all that. So I'll stop this one right here, right?
Well, you know that he getting his wake up call. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. It really ain't got nothing to do. They talking about Israeli occupation. Are they talking about the Israeli occupation of Palestine?
That's why he got fired.
Yeah. This is my thing, right? Who was in that land before the Palestinians went there? Like it was African people. Man, now the best documentary that a Hebrew has ever done, not that shit Kanye Kardashian and the other dude Hoppin' Rabbit talking about. It was this brother. He did one. He did his to prove that, because he was to prove that Israel was in Africa. And they really have is on the continent of Africa, right? But it ended up being a long documentary, and he showed you know, they have some idea called Israeli. They got the showing you where it's on the continent of Africa. But anyway, he showed some black Arabs, some black Palestinians, right? And this guy had his deeds for his land since go back to the 1750s, 1800s, and the Palestinians took his land and was going through, he said it was going through, taking black people land, right? That ain't my fight. I'm not against nobody. Like, I got a buddy who say he stand with him, right? So I guess if I stand with my buddy, I'll be standing, but I wouldn't stand with him. I'm just being honest. That's not my fight. And I'm just being honest, because when I sit there and I watch and I can see what has happened to the black people there. But if I say I would turn my back on, it's for me, it's kind of strange, because it is some people that I respect that's in there. I let them go down that road. And if they need me, I'll be there for them, I guess, which is indirectly, I'll be there for the other people. But the fight altogether is not my fight, because you can just literally see, and I'm going to see if I can find that documentary and send it to you, and you can just see how those black people, the black Palestinians, complain about how they are treated by the Palestinians that's fighting the Jews, that's fighting the people over in that's fighting the white people over in Israel. It's deep. And these are all holy wars. These are holy wars, right? See, we say our people is they love it, but these people love it too. They just love it differently. These people fighting for this land because God promised them land, right? So when I heard one of my dudes the other night, and he was speaking, and he's a Muslim brother, and I respect this brother, and I told him, you know, I stand with you. But he was going through one of the hadiths, and I have never, and I want to get the hadith. I want to find which hadith it was, because I've never, he's the only Muslim that I've ever heard. It was him and two more I've ever heard read this from one of the holy, because you know the hadith is the holy, one of the holy books, right? And he was reading it, and you know what it said? African people will fight themselves out of oppression with a revolution. I have never.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
he was reading it. He said African people will fight themselves out of oppression with the revolution. That and I'm
Hey,
trying to.
Bakari, I added that scripture in there. So
Oh, okay. He got the ID from you. Oh,
I
my
just said
bad.
I added that scripture in there.
That's what I said. He got it from you. My bad. I ain't know, but I'm just saying. But he was reading it, So
Fuck has the only person that will use his time traveling ability to go right in the damn Quran. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't understand how, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you was a 5%, I can't even break it down to you right now, God, because you ain't even on that, you know what I'm saying, level. But I will teach you.
You're right. I'm 85. I'm 85. You're right.
You 85. You're 85, son.
But the thing is, I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna go. Right? No, I'm not go. I'm gonna pass the mic. I understand when people say we need allies. If we all stand together, I don't have to agree with something because I understand it, right? And the reason it won't work and haven't worked, in my opinions, is because we can't stand together. And if we can't stand together, you can't have no ally. You're gonna always end up at the bottom. That's just my take on it. We have to be able to stand together. And even Dr. John Henry Clark spoke on that. If you're gonna ever get an ally, first we got to unite. And you have to we have to start putting ourselves in a position to punish that ally. If they ever cross you, ally don't mean friend, ally don't mean none of that. You're just fighting a common enemy. But he said, but you have to be in a position to punish them. But we can't punish nobody because we ain't together. So therefore, we tend to reach our hand out to Russia and say, yeah, Russia, we with you. But Russia didn't reach out to us. Yeah, China, we with you. But China didn't reach out to us. Nobody is reaching out to us. You understand? The only people that, watch this, and it's crazy, but the only people that reach out to us is the people over here. And what I mean by that is when they need somebody in their military, boy, they gonna start coming up. Oh Lord, especially if they need infantry, field artillery, cooks. Oh, they gonna start coming up with $10,000, $20,000 bonuses. They gonna be all in it, blacks. Oh, they gonna let you know about the GI Bill. Oh, they gonna let you know about everything you can get, and you can get all these damn bonuses. And if you get this, and if you take this special infantry, and if you take this job, you get a $20,000 bonus, and you get $10,000 up front as soon as you sign. But they ain't reaching out to us really because they want us. They're reaching out to us because they want us to be back to one of my old shows I did, Slavery in the Military. They're reaching out to us because they want us on the front line to fight so they can survive. And on that note, Norma, I would say you're wrong about that, and I can show you where you're wrong about that. Russia did not, ain't nobody reaching out to black folk. No, and that's just a fact. We ain't got no military, no nothing. And if they do reach out to you, they just push you around because we don't even have nothing to defend ourselves. That's the thing about it. That's the thing about the so-called socialist people. They never even think about building a military to protect themselves, ever. And then get mad and say, see, the capitalists just come take our stuff. No shit, Sherlock. You didn't even think about defending yourself. We thought about, let's just it don't make a difference what you do. Everybody here is just gonna be even. Everybody's gonna be equal. You don't even have to try to benefit society at all. You can go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning. You can wake up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're gonna give you a house. We're gonna give you food. We're gonna give you clothes. We're gonna give you everything.
Well, maybe that'll be a category in the next year's 705th annual wake up call. Hey y'all, let me do a couple because I still want to show a couple more things, and I hope y'all can stay up, but y'all probably get tired or whatever. But you know what I'm saying? I told y'all I was gonna go through the whole thing, and I want y'all to stay on here though.
I need my beauty sleep. You know I got a yellow tint. That should come out more when I don't get it.
All right, so I don't be quick to it, right? Okay, so look, I was gonna show this one. I'm gonna skip this, right? 4 black officers, and this
Nah,
was
you
a
don't
while
gotta skip
ago.
it, man. You don't gotta skip it. We got you.
No, it's all good because I wanted to show something else. 4 black officers held by gunpoint by white officers, and they was like, "Yeah, I couldn't believe it," and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So they would get that award. You know what I'm saying? So you know how they, because we like to copy their stuff. You know how their award shows try to, skip a couple of the awards. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna move forward. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. This is for us, right? Because when we start talking about the wake up call, it not only goes to them, it goes to us. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, what are we gonna do about it? Now, y'all was laughing and stuff, talking about. Finally talking about white schools. You know what I'm saying? But this here, Bakari, you showed this here. You know what I'm saying? But guess what happened, right? So the blonde for that white boy who was on the North Carolina A&T campus. You know what I'm saying? He's out on bond. You know that?
Yeah, he out on bond.
Is that I think so? Let me play this because this is a wake up call for all of us now. Because I'm including myself with you on this. This is us here.
We're learning more about the investigation at North Carolina A&T, where police say a man was found with several weapons, including guns, a crossbow, and more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Court documents show the suspect, Brandon Bentley, bonded out, leading to concerns from students and parents. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake joins us now to break down this bond and more on the investigation.
Mental health status, residency, how many weapons Bentley had. All of this went into consideration when setting Bentley's $100,000 bond. While some argue the bond was too low, Greensboro attorney Patrick Apple.
Now, Bakari, do you remember all the stuff that he had on him?
He had homemade explosives. He had a crossbow. He had handguns. He had rifles, and he had over 1,000 rounds.
All right. So all that went into consideration.
When setting Bentley's $100,000 bond. While some argue the bond was too low, Greensboro attorney Patrick Apple says the $100,000 bond is actually a lot higher than it would be based on the charges Bentley faces. Police say back on March 26, Bentley was violent and made threats to law enforcement. GPD also said he chased unarmed security guards on campus. Officers said they found a number of weapons in his car, including handguns.
You say he chased unarmed security guards on campus, Bakari?
I didn't read that part.
Damn, no wonder you could do all these interviews in the schools you go to, Bakari. Damn, if they unarmed, what they gonna do?
I have never even seen an unarmed security guard on a campus, but that part of the story wasn't even on the that part of the story wasn't even in the newspaper.
I don't know if it's true or not, but
He chased unarmed security guards on campus. Officers said they found a number of weapons in his car, including handguns, shotguns, a crossbow, and knives, among other weapons. They said there was also more than 1,000 rounds of ammunition. With charges like this, some parents and students say they're concerned Bentley made bond and is now out in the community.
Are you guys really taking this seriously? I also felt that, I just know that people of color, they have gotten in trouble for less charges and had no bond.
Regardless, you caught him with this stuff on a school campus, and you decide that it's a good idea to let him go.
Now this is the wake. Let me let him finish.
Why?
Attorney Patrick Apple.
That's the wake up call for us. Why? Who cares why at this point? Like, damn, if you ain't smart enough to figure out why, at this point, I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna solve the issue, and then I'm gonna come back to once we have eradicated the problem. Why did that happen? Now we could talk about why, but dude, what are you talking about? Why? It's because he can do that. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't gonna do nothing about it.
Go. Why?
Attorney Patrick Apple explained, saying the bond guidelines were set back in 2020 by the Chief District and Superior Court judges. Those guidelines give a range a bond should be based on the charge. In this instance, the largest charge Bentley faces is a Class G felony. That charge is for having explosives on educational property.
They have felonies Class G. Man, at least it's a felony though.
Property. Now, according to those bond guidelines, the maximum bond amount for that offense is $15,000. So essentially, the judge in the case of Brandon Bentley increased the bond amount significantly. Attorney Apple explains.
But if you go and look at the order, there are conditions in there that would address some of those concerns about public safety.
In his bond order, it says Bentley needs a mental health evaluation. I reached out to District Attorney Avery.
Now, is any of y'all waiting for what any of those conditions are, except for a mental health evaluation? Like, they probably be like, yo, I feel you, because, you know what I'm saying, they enjoyed me on their campus, you know what I'm saying, with a rifle. They like that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like,
In the words of Tupac, cops didn't give a dang about a Negro. Pull a trigger, killer, Edward, he's a hero, right? So they know it.
They know. Let me see it. She needs some mental health.
About this bond. She tells me the DA's office does not set bonds. Bond amounts are in the sole discretion of magistrates and judges. DA Crump said the DA's office requested a very high bond, and the judge set it at $100,000.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have Clarence Thomas as a judge anymore. So I don't know what we're going to do at this point. You know what I'm saying?
That bond would have been free.
Like, he got his wake-up call. Maybe if he would have got his wake-up call next year, we would have been up there. But no, this wake-up call is for us because, like, yo, for real, what the hell are you going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you keep doing it, like, of course he's going to get out. Of course he's going to keep doing this stuff. Of course it's going to keep being news. Of course we're going to keep talking about it. So what are any of us, and me too, you know, what are we going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got anything to say about that?
Yeah, I'm gonna go first. Forecast, I like how you tried to spin that and make a HB, and you tried to make that be the college problem. They say an unarmed guard ran. Yeah, if he unarmed and that man had guns, you damn right he ran. Bullets hurt. In case folks don't know, bullets hurt. That ain't no fun.
No, I don't blame him. I blame the non-armed guards at your HBCU schools. Spend a couple. Come on, man, what's going on here?
Well, they had that. It was armed police that stopped him though. That was that one guard. Owner, you see how he tried to spin that to say something negative about an HBCU.
I give HBCUs credit for calling 911. Okay,
No,
let's give the HBCU
campus-
credit for
it
calling
was the
911.
No, it was the campus police. So they supposed to call the campus police. They not supposed to call the campus police. So he should have just been allowed to go in there and start shooting up folks. They shouldn't have called the campus police. I'm just asking.
Apples and oranges. I feel you. I see you, brother McCarthy. Because
Hey, but that-
them brothers almost got killed in Harvard, right? You know, something completely different where everybody just let them, like a whole lynching finna happen. This white boy gets caught at the door, and Forecast is like, you see them.
How
You
you
see
get caught at
why we can't no black schools.
How you get
I
caught
keep
as a
telling-
black
that's
dude?
that. Look, that's that white. That's that white in them. And they don't understand. I keep telling them that. Like RBG said last time, wouldn't a black student union at a PWI be as effective as an HBCU? I'm like, what the hell?
Y'all sound like them. Y'all sound like
We
them
are
two
the-
brothers
look,
that was
hey,
at the
Oni,
earlier
we-
in Tennessee. Well,
Oni,
we don't need
we
no
are the
armed
only
security
people-
here. Like y'all sound like them two brothers earlier.
We are the only people that want to get rid of our own, don't want to be
Ricard,
around
Ricard the dude with
and
the fro.
figure out a way.
I got the fro, man. That fro clean.
We
Ricard
gonna
the
figure
dude with the
out.
fro.
He tried to figure out a way to make that be North Carolina ENT fault. That ain't their fault. That dude got bailed out of jail.
Sound like a good story. I don't know. Why minus the bailout? Yeah, I don't know if the school. You know what I'm saying, man? It's a totally different. You know, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I can't blame the campus. I can't blame the college for this dude getting a
But no,
low
I'm
bond.
not, but no,
You know?
I'm also real. I'm not blaming the campus or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about black people in general. You know what I'm saying? That like that they can continue to come into our communities and do these kind of things. You know what I'm saying? And nothing happened to them. You know what I'm saying? That's on all of us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't separate myself from. You know what I'm saying?
I want to
But-
say this though. That bond is actually really damn low. Like I know some brothers who ain't do nothing like bringing bombs on campus, and they got 100K for like fist fights. You know what I'm saying? So like if you get 100K bond for fist fights, I don't see how this white boy can just, like, I don't know what I'm not really familiar with the story. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I guess I'm familiar, but still, like, I don't know what this white boy did, but yeah, that's a really low bond, like a stupid low bond, because yeah, you know what I'm saying? like I see what Forecast is saying about, these white boys could just do whatever the fuck they want. But I mean, he probably still got hit $100K in the pocket, and he might see his day in court. I don't know.
But
I don't think these black folks should feel more unsafe because this white boy is walking around. You should if you feel unsafe around white folk, you should always feel unsafe because they always around you. Right. You know what I'm saying? I think, but like, yeah, I don't like. I mean, it as far as I can tell, it looks like the story, all's well that ends well, in the sense that, white boy got caught, I guess. I don't like that white folk catching him, but it is what it is. Like, you still in a country, I guess.
But the thing about it is, right? All those people that did their shows going in on Grandmaster Jay ain't said nothing about this. Everybody who went in on the NFAC ain't said nothing about this. So when I said one time, it's hard. It's hard when you black people can make it hard to sometimes deal with them. And I'm being honest, and I love black folks, and I've been doing this my whole life. Black folks can make it hard. What did Grandmaster Jay do? So now, and I understand what Cassandra say when she say, since he did it wrong, won't y'all show me how to do it right? Where y'all at? But don't nobody want to go out there, but everybody still can find fault with 5,000 black people suited and booted. We got a problem. Look, and I was gonna do this, probably do it tomorrow. Our problem, and I'm telling you, everything that black people do, right, on social media, and this is not all black people, but I'm going to talk about the biggest, everything black people, we promote dysfunction because you can make money off black dysfunction. We promote black death because you make money off black death. All of these are shaming black people because you can make money off that. No other group of people go out of their way to try and shame people who is literally out there trying to help them. There was nothing wrong with what the NFAC did. But you can find people that literally built their channel off, I'm gonna prove he's an agent. Like, it's hard. So when we have people that want to go at the people like that, if you have the militia, and when you have the militias, you can't just say, because then what happened when they died? Black people gonna figure out a way to disrespect their elders, their ancestors. So it get to a point where, like, God damn, man, like, why? Like, it almost to the point where I could look at people, I can't see them but I can look at people and, like, I can just imagine they're saying their spirits talking to one another, like, this what we did this shit for? Is this why we did this? We trying to make things better for black people, but the only thing we continue to do, we want to be dysfunctional. Listen to black comedians. People love Dave Chappelle. How did Dave Chappelle get famous? Shitting on black people. Chris Rock, there's a difference between an N-word and a black person. And it's to the point where now it's hard to do something because it's people who might want to do something who have just settled down and said, you know what? I'm going to just take care of me and mine, and I ain't going to worry about them. And I know people, well, black folks going to talk. Well, black folks don't have to talk. And the reason I can say I know people that was, because like I said, I knew some young people that was in the NFAC. And I know how they felt because they talked to me. And I know they said they left because they got tired of not known black people saying, very few saying they appreciate them. But for every one that say I appreciate them, you could find 5 or 10. You can find 5 or 10 who shitting on them. In Bwana, I know that's what a lot of people say. Stop listening. But
what are you, Jesus?
you can't just. You can't just. Yeah, you do have to let the dead bury the dead. I understand that. I understand exactly what he means. But you can't see the thing about it is. So when we tell the people who's doing this for us to stop listening, because it's making them tired. So guess who's getting a pass on it? The people that's causing all the confusion. They can get a pass. Think about that. The people that's actually out there with 5,000 people in the street marching, the people that actually stand off with the police, the people that actually had white militias running to the police, asking the police, can y'all, well, they gonna wipe y'all out. Y'all should just get out the way because they can march through here. Those people get run off and get belittled. But the people who just can build a channel of talking negative about them can get a pass because nobody never tell them, man, won't y'all just shut the hell up? Think about that. Nobody ever tell them shut the hell up. But the people who out here actually trying and working for black folks got to just stop listening. No, tell them to shut the hell up.
Yeah, y'all definitely love the Bible now, quoting the Bible and Jesus quotes, man.
Bible got the Bible.
I don't really understand that quote.
Yeah,
you don't
Jesus
understand
said
that quote, let the dead bury the dead.
Nah, I don't know what that means, man.
You don't?
No, I don't know what that means. I ain't really go to church, low key. My brothers were badasses. We couldn't sit still. We couldn't sit still. We just kept playing.
I ain't had to go to church. You find people my age say they was raised in the church. I ain't had to go to church. Man, I went to church. I went to church from shit, man. I can count.
No,
I can count my whole life coming up.
No, y'all always tell me let the dead bury the dead on here only.
But you do okay. When they say the woke right now, they making woke be bad, right? That means you notice stuff. I guess that's what woke mean, right? So the people that ain't woke, because you know can't no dead person bury a dead person. It's these people that's like mentally dead, spiritually dead. You just got to lead them. You got to lead them and let them destroy themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was trying to.
That's what it mean on it.
First rifleman. It said let hardcore bury first rifleman is what they saying. Don't let them over here. You know.
Oh, that's fine.
That's
shit.
That's
I'm about to become a Christian, huh?
That's what Jesus would have told me. And that's crazy, right? So would that make me like more understanding than never mind. Anyway, so like so we get our, you know what I'm saying, award, you know what I'm saying? Because I want to go to the next thing, right? So check this out. See, I brought up Julius Malema. So listen to this, right? And this is a thing that I think is I ain't want to play this, but whatever, just check it out.
ICC, Putin is welcomed here. And no one is going to arrest Putin. If needs be, we'll go and fetch Putin from the airport to his meeting. He will finish all his meetings. We'll take him back to the airport. We're not going to be told by these hypocrites of the International Criminal Court who know the real violators of human rights, who know the murderers of this world. That former prime minister of Tony Blair admitted that they made a horrible mistake when it comes to Saddam Hussein. They've not been charged today. Bush is still there. They've not been charged till to date. And then Obama killed Gaddafi. And then nothing has happened. We're here today with Libya being destroyed and unable to recover because of America. We know very well that where NATO gets involved, those are terrorists. We know very well where the US says we're going in to install peace. That That place will never know peace as long as America has visited that place. So we don't want ICC's hypocrisy to apply here in our country.
Yo, it's funny, like, because Bakari was just only just finished you bringing up every time a black person wanted to defend some BS they talking about, the white man do it. And so, like, and not to say that what he's saying is BS or what they're saying is BS, but they sure do bring up white people a lot when they're trying to justify something. It's okay, like, we could justify it without them. It may or may not be valid. We could debate it without bringing up white people, y'all. So when we talk about HBCUs, you ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying, rely on y'all white saviors, Bakari and Oni.
To apply here in our country. President Putin is welcomed. We know our friends. We know the people who liberated us. We know the people who supported us. In Kuto-Konaval, the weapons that were used in Kuto-Konaval that led to the liberation of South Africa were coming from Russia. Russia supplied us with weapons in Kuto-Konaval. Cuba supplied us with soldiers. MK was drunk.
All right, so yeah, I saw that, right?
We know very.
All right, so do y'all have anything to say about this?
Hey, one, let me say this. He don't know the history of Russia and South Africa. And when people talk about Russia supplied them with guns, Russia supplied Afghanistan with guns. Then what did Afghanistan have to do? Afghanistan had to come to the United States and beg to get Russia off their back. Man, if somebody got to give you a gun, if somebody got to come and fight for you, they own your ass. They own you. Because it ain't nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. Do you think Russia will give South Africa something where they can defend themselves against Russia? Huh? We act like them Russians ain't white. We act like they ain't white. Remember, the United States gave Saddam Hussein some Scud missiles. Huh? The United States gave Saddam Hussein some Scud missiles. And every time, them Scud missiles moved so damn slow when they went to war, one Patriot missile might be able to knock 2 or 3 of them down. Ain't nobody gonna give you nothing where you can compete with them. That don't even make sense. And as long as black people on their knees begging for help and ain't trying to build their own shit, we might as well just shut the hell up and say, you know what? This is the position we're supposed to be in. This is the position we're supposed to be in. Norma X said, what am I talking about? What you mean? Talking about what Russia did to Afghanistan after Russia went over there to help Afghanistan, and then how they oppressed Afghanistan? And I don't give a damn about the Bin Ladens. But I'm just showing you how they do. What make the African people think they're gonna be different? Oh, you know what? I ain't gonna go to Afghanistan. Won't they go study the history of South Africa when the Zulus were rising up? Won't they look and see how the Russian military went to go help South Africa? Go help the Afrikaners. Fight the Zulus. We are the only people that believe somebody else gonna fight for us. That's why we believe socialism is great and everybody should have the same thing. But that ain't how the world works. That's not how the world works. Won't they study how Russians treat the black people in Russia? That ain't how the world works, man. And until black people is willing to try and build something and say, this is what, not no resource. Oh, I got a resource. I don't give it. You got gold, I got guns. Let's see who gonna win this war. Now, who gold is this really? You understand? Who, like the brother, like somebody on the corner, robbing. The brother got some money in his pocket. He got $10,000 in his pocket. Here comes some white bum with a gun. You got money, I got the gun. But who money is it really at this point? Just be honest. Who money is it? Is it still your money on it? Or is it my money on it? I got my 13 rounds on you. Who money is it?
Whoever got the gun.
It's the person with the gun. That's who it belongs to. And we willing to give everything away for a friend instead of trying to build something and say, now we can ally. Because you can have all the coltan, all the tin, all the diamonds, all the platinum. You can have all the oil. You can have all the cocoa. You can have all the rubber. You can, because they got every natural resource in the world when it comes. You can have all of that. And I can bring 100,000 people with guns, and every natural resource you got belong to me. I'm going to bring tanks. I'm going to bring airplanes. Do anybody in South Africa speak Russian yet? I'm just saying. I hear the mic.
Yeah, so I'm looking for this quote because that was actually a quote. Like I said, there's this. I only read like. Now I started reading a few more white boys, but one of the white boys that I did read, like I used to just say, there's three of them I would read, right? And one of them is Machiavelli. So actually, this is the quote right here. He says, "Men steal money and bread are the sinews of war." Okay, so war comprises men, steel, money, and bread. And he said, but of these four, the first two are more necessary, men and steel. He says, for men and steel find money and bread, but money and bread do not find men and steel. You know what I mean? So yeah, if a man with steel can steal, you know what I'm saying? like that's pretty much it. Now I'm a differ a little bit. Because I'm gonna say this. I do get like Malema is political. You know, he's politically correct. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't use the friend rhetoric, but like I said, you know, if this white boy, like I know how to work a job. You get what I'm saying? I know how to work a job in the sense of I understand that when I go to work for this white boy, I'm his underling. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not doing black folk anything dirty, right? But I see how basically America's on the ropes. You know what I'm saying? America's on the ropes, and Russia and China are getting in that position to put America, you know, to I don't want to say put America down, but you know, to knock America off its pedestal. Okay, everybody kind of sees it, right? Now, once upon a time, like if you go back to Chancellor Williams, you might have said, "Hey, you know what? The Russians and Americans, kind of like the two feathers the same birds, right?" But these days, it's kind of like Russia and China possibly are like, "Yo, America, we fed with your shit." You know what I'm saying? That said, it looks like, you know, Russia's doing the pawn shit. You know, I don't know if you guys heard recent news. Matter of fact, I ain't really look into it because I don't really be into geopolitics like that. But I'm not saying I'm not into geopolitics, but I don't really be whatever. But they recently showed that America might be letting Zelensky go. You get what I'm saying? Letting Ukraine go, right? Because it's basically meaning that Ukraine lost to Russia. That said, you know, the writing's on the wall, right? And unfortunately, I want black people to be in a better position. You know, I see Norman's giving me compliments, so I'm gonna try to keep going. But I want black people to be in a better position. But until black people are in a better position, unfortunately, right? I get why you might you have to like it's kind of like it like what Bakari was just saying. When the guy with the gun comes inside of your house, right? Unfortunately, you got to be like, "Oh, that's my friend." You know what I'm saying? Because you can't look like a bitch. You know what I mean? If a man walks into my house, right, with a gun, like an armed man, like matter of fact, like you said, Bakari know how to shoot. You know, you can shoot something off the thing. Bakari called to my house. and he wants to, and he ain't gonna be polite. Let's say he's not polite, right? He gonna walk in my fridge and eat whatever he want, right? Let's just say it that way, right? And I gotta sit to save face. I gotta be like, oh, I invited him. You know what I'm saying? Right? It don't matter if I invited him or not. But yeah, black people are in a bad position. But the positions are changing, and what Russia is doing is Russia is saying, it's saying, look, shit's changing. Y'all can't all just go to America anymore. That's not going to fly anymore. You understand? And so it's like that guy who's like, you know, I want you, and I'm gonna have you. You know, it's unfortunate. I don't like it. But it reminds me of this conversation that was had a long time ago where somebody was like, why is it that Senegal is asking China to dig up, to do the oil drilling in the ocean oil drilling? And the brother said, and I really stuck with me. The brother said, well, who else is going to do the ocean drilling? You know what I mean? Like, because when I think about ocean drilling, right? Like that's some heavy ass machinery that most people don't have. China has it. Russia has it, of course, but most of us don't have it. And so, unfortunately, there's a lot at stake in the world. So I get what Malema's doing, and it's more so what I heard Malema really doing was this. South Africa's a part of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, or whatever, right? So if Putin is condemned by the International Criminal Court, right, then that means that South Africa has to arrest him, okay? So they was trying to make South Africa the black fall guy. Now, if you, as South Africa, little ass South Africa, decide to attack Russia, you understand? By arresting their president, right? You're gonna get all sorts of fucked up. So what Malema seems to be saying is, I'm not gonna be the Negro fall guy. I'm not Clarence Thomas. You know what I'm saying? I'm not Cordell West. I'm none of that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, no, we not doing that. We like Russia. You know what I'm saying? Because it like realistically, if Putin is visiting you, you know, I'm not saying I'm not like cooning, but what I'm saying is that, you know, unfortunately, you know, you live in a world where like some like it's serious shit. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes you gotta realize that when you're outgunned. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that because these are white boys. I'll tell you, because like I said, I was in the hood for a minute, you know, just hanging out. Really, I was doing like, you know, black, you know, nationalism stuff, right? And this one brother was talking to me. He was engaging me, and my boys set us up, you know, so as we could talk. At some point, you know, after, you know, I asked him, hey, what do you do? You sound like a brilliant guy. What do you do? And he's like, oh, I'm part of an old fraternity around this area, right? And the other dude started laughing, right? And I'm like, I didn't know there was a fraternity in the hood. He's like, yeah. And so he leaves. And I'm like, what's so funny? Why would you laugh? And he's like, oh, that's the local gang leader. Now, I'm just saying to myself, why this motherfucker ain't tell me I was talking to the local gang leader? Because, you know, I was clowning him a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Right? And, you know, in retrospect, there was this other motherfucker circling the block every once in a while, ready to motherfucking gun me down, right? But the whole thing was that, yeah, I mean, like sometimes you in territory, like, yeah, I think what Malema was doing was Malema was saying, you're not finna set me up. I don't care if the ICC, the International Criminal Court, demands that I arrest this guy. I'm not gonna do it. If you want to try to arrest Putin, you could do that in your country, but I will not get involved in no World War III. I'll be either neutral or I'll be on the side of Russia. And so I could see that. You know, if you get to be in a big player like that, I could see that. And I think some people might not know this. I didn't really know this till recently either. But there's this thing called BRIC, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And so it's like they're like forming some economic coalition type shit. You know, all that kind of stuff. Like realistically, there are moves being made against America, or America's unipolarity world. And so I think that, you know, I mean, Maleva's not the boss of South Africa, so it is what it is.
Right.
but
I'm
I
about to
get
say,
what
was
he's
it
saying.
black people? Was it black people in Indian Brick?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. South Africa. That's it.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Oni? Do you know who make the AK-47?
Was it Russia?
Okay, yes. Do you know who make the SK?
I don't know. Wait, who is it?
That's
Russia?
China. That's China.
Oh, China?
Watch
Oh.
this, right? You can go to any gun store in this. Since we think they're against each other, why is it you can still get all these damn Russian and Chinese products over here in this country? Man, we got to learn to look behind this shit. If they really against them, why can Russia still watch this? When did the war start? Last week? When did the beef start with the United States and Russia? Last week. Because in 2022, U.S. paid $5.5 billion for Russian imports. Man, these folks working together. And since we are so defeated, we can't see it. And I ain't talking about you on it, because I understood what you were saying, right? What I am saying is, right? No, Russia make the AK. if a AK, you can find, if somebody from the United States makes something, they say they have an AK style. China make the SK, which shoot the 7.62 by 39. I got the AR-47, which is a AK, shoot AK rounds on an AR-15 platform. But the AK-47 is Russian.
Now,
SK.
I would say this. Yeah, I agree with you, Brother Bakari, in the sense that, yeah, they working together, but it's kind of like simply right. Like, I think what Malema was saying was he's not going to be in this fight. You see what I'm saying? Because they were going to drag him in the fight.
No, I ain't just talking about Malema. I ain't just talking about Malema. I'm talking about everybody who's getting in it and choosing sides. When you find black people looking at Russia as the side to choose, but you ain't looking at, goddamn, how they made $5.2 billion off imports in the United States last year, but the United States is their enemy. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. How is it you can go get their guns still, the Russian AK-47 right now in gun stores, but the United States and Russia are enemies? How can you go get the SK everywhere? How can all these Chinese shut up shop in the United States whenever they want to, but them in the United States are enemies? The people that's being played like a tune, like the drum, because the only ones I'm concerned about is us. It's us, because we don't see the big picture. We only see what they tell us to see. Ooh, is somebody fighting the big bad white man from? There's another big bad white man. Who gonna have your ass speaking Russian? Who gonna do everything they can to? We gonna be speaking Russianese. Black folk, they're gonna be speaking Russianese. Russian and Chinese language mixed together. And that's the dilemma that we have, man. And I'm being honest. We have set back all these years. We can look, man, we brag on we built this country, which ain't shit to talk about, we bragged on. But what have we built for ourselves? When my daughter took me to the baseball game yesterday, right? My daughter, my son, right? And by the way, while I was at the game, I realized I'm not just the best second baseman in the state of Georgia. I'm the best baseball player in the state of Georgia, but that's a whole nother story. I look at that stadium and I look at all this stuff these people build so their people can be okay, so they can have something. We wait for them to build it, then, ooh, I'm gonna move down here. Ooh, I'm gonna go hang out over here. Like, we ain't trying to be innovative. We're not trying to be. Well, I'm glad you finally got it, Norma X. We can't build nothing without weapons. That's why Africans, that's why I don't care where we are, if you depending on somebody else's weapons, It's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose. No, Norm X, Black Wall Street is not the lesson for that. Study Mountain Bayou, Mississippi. Study Mountain Bayou, Mississippi. You'll see black people with weapons, and you'll see black people that made the Klan bag down when they came in and tried to burn it down like they tried to do Black Wall Street. Mound Bayou, Mississippi. Moundbayou. Mound Bayou, Mississippi. And that's the point that I'm making. We're not trying to build. We're not trying to create weapons. We're not trying to do our communities. We're waiting on somebody else to do it so we can enjoy their luxuries that they literally did for themselves. But since there's been rules made where they can't stop you from enjoying it now, they will make you feel uncomfortable. And they know they can still get our money while we are uncomfortable. Because we want to be able to enjoy what they built for themselves. And that's the problem I have with us always. And that was part of the greatness of Marcus Garvey. Because he wanted, build your own. You don't have to get on their cruise ship. We're going to do our own cruise ship. We don't have to go do their military. Haiti can be the base for our military. That was the greatness of Marcus Garvey. And that's what people don't understand when they run from it. Oh, I'm going to be a socialist. That's what they don't understand when they run away from black people to go hold hands with everybody else. And I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, my thing is this. I would just say that, like, I would just say this, that the trouble is this, that this white boy will drag you into his fights. You know what I mean? I think that's what that whole thing is. Like, you know, usually, like, because me, it's like I wouldn't have an opinion. You know, I'm not saying that. I mean, obviously, I'm not really a big fan of America, but still, I'm not really trying to fight for no side. But the reality is this, right? Americans might ask you to fight, or Russia might ask you to fight. And then that's when you have to make a stand, you know? And I mean, I heard a lot of brothers, in fact, do this. Like sometimes, like in the military, for instance, a lot of brothers would be, I remember one brother, in fact, he said he was from Trinidad or something. And I know Brother Bakari did this too. But what I'm saying is that I know this other brother from Trinidad who the U.S. military asked, hey, would you, if we invaded Trinidad, would you, you know, attack the Trinidadian people? He was like, no. You know what I'm saying? Now, some brothers say yes. Well, I shouldn't say brother, but some people say yes. But people like Bakari, people like this brother I was talking about from Trinidad, a lot of them are like, no. But that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes white folk ask you. So it seemed like when Levin was being asked, yo, are you guys going to arrest, you know, we want you to arrest Putin. And I mean, like, because that's the type of shit that starts wars, and that's the type of shit that gets you involved in wars. You know what I mean? I think, like, when it comes to white folk fighting, I go by the neutral side. I support white folk fighting. You know what I mean? So I'm not really a big on cheering America, but America's like not the underdog. You know, you cheer on the underdog, and you you hope that they keep themselves busy. Because I heard some people were saying, somebody said that because of this Ukrainian debacle, a lot of the European countries are tight with America because they put a lot of their weapons into Ukraine, and Ukraine still took that L. So a lot of them are tight with that, and that kind of makes us in Africa, you know, in America or whatever, but it makes us a little bit, you know, more mobile, have more ability. Because if this white boy is lacking, then that's good for us, you know. So yeah, I think that, you know, like I said, I mean, I get the whole idea. Like, let's not pick a side. You know, they two are the same, but it's like, yeah, when they fight, they're gonna ask you to pick a side. You know, they're gonna demand. They're gonna say, hey, aren't you a part of this organization? Don't you have this treaty to respect? And sometimes you got to say, like, sometimes, yeah, I think, you know, like, sometimes some people say no, and I'm gonna give, like, I'm not really, like, I know people are like, yo, Malema, why'd you do this LGBT thing, right? But like, I'm gonna give him not props, but I'm gonna say it's a good thing. Like, when I read that there was a possibility that South Africa could be trying to arrest Putin, I think it's a good thing that South Africa said no. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they should get themselves involved in America's stupid fucking war.
You know, and I agree, and I'm gonna tell you something, right? I live in the United States, right? I'm African, but I live here. This is where my family live, right? I ain't choosing no side. But I don't want where I live to be blown up because I don't want to die. And Lord knows I ain't going to war for the country. I was in the military and didn't go, right? But I don't want where I live to be blown up. I'm just being honest. I don't want my kids and my grandkids and my family to die over white folk shit. So if some get blown up, shit, let it be Russia. I don't live over there. I'm just being, I ain't got no friends in Russia. I don't know nobody in Russia. All my friends and family here, I got friends on the continent. I got friends in Haiti that go back and forth from Jamaica. I got friends. I have family. Trinidad. That's what I'm concerned about. I don't want so they can blow up Russia. Yes, I hear myself, Norma. Yes, I absolutely hear myself. I don't want to get blown up in no fucking Russia. I'm not in a war. I'm not choosing sides.
That's what I think Malema was coming at, in the sense of Malema was like, he ain't finna get blown up. Because the thing is this, you know, a lot of people would say the odds of America being bombed ain't that high, but like if they had to fight in South Africa, they would. You see what I'm saying? So like the South Africans would be bombed. It's harder to bomb America. It's harder to bomb Russia. It's more likely to, it's more likely that if they fight in Africa, that there's going to be a lot of bloodshed in Africa. So that's why I think that's what he was really saying. He was just like, we're not going to get involved in this bullshit. And, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that decision. Like, I actually like that they didn't get involved because, like you don't want to be the scene of the first battle. You get what I'm saying? Because if you arrest Putin, right, then Russia has to move on you. You understand? Russia has to move on South Africa. And if Russia's moving on South Africa, America's not trying to do shit about that. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah, I mean, I think it's the right call to be like, yeah, it's okay. We good on that law. You know what I mean?
All right, so look, and I didn't want this to be long, but like I said, man, I still got and then I'm gonna let y'all close out because we almost done here, you know what I'm saying? But I think that's a good discussion, you know what I'm saying? And I appreciate y'all for making this a good, because even though it is long, I think that all of it is informative when it comes down to it from both sides, you know what I'm saying? But going forward, just to wrap up the annual wake up calls, you know what I'm saying? Congratulations to everybody who got there, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. To eternally punish her by blowing up. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. Yeah, if he gave me a option to do that, but I know that, you know what I'm saying, I would have to create whatever option said be. And my only concern when it comes to this topic is, you know what I'm saying, the dialect that we use. Like, I know who my friends are and who's not. And I'm not sure if you do. Like, even I'm not sure if you know who your allies are or not. It's just my opinion. And then the things that we get adapted to, I'm not sure that we realize, you know what I'm saying, we like, only you talk about us being in the Stone Age, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter if you're relying on them. If you're learning from them to build your own is one thing, but if you're relying on it, that's a whole nother thing. You know what I'm saying? It's time to go from the Stone Age to the space age, you know what I'm saying? But it's just my only concern when we start talking about this is, do we know who the hell friends are? You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I'm just concerned that it'll be another wake up call. You know what I'm saying, that we'll have to learn in the next show 25 years from now, whoever hosting that one. So, all right, let me do this real quick, y'all. So, and I'll even skip through this one because it's not really whatever. But this was a black militia group, right? But this dude here, y'all, this is probably a representative of First Rifleman. But black militia group walking around demanding reparations, but he's saying they're imitating white people. So check it out.
Check, check. We see all up there. Black excellence is here. MLK Day. Just want to let y'all know on behalf of us and the ancestors, we out here to fight for our reparations. HR 40. We want to push that bill to the front. There's so many issues that come in and out of these state lines, and they never want to talk about reparations. And the reason they're not doing that is because it's not an issue to them. Reparations affects everybody who looks like me. Our ancestors fought and died over 400 years, and we were the only ones not to claim our reparations. Virginia is the birthplace of slavery. Virginia is the birthplace of the Confederacy. And so this is where it should.
First of all, you don't get to speak for me. I don't want reparations. I don't need a handout. And don't nobody owe y'all a damn thing. While y'all marching around begging for money, you need to be marching around looking for a job. You need to be marching around looking for a job. Walking around demanding money from white people. Go walk around and go ask somebody for a job. Talking about, well, you want to know something here? Okay, listen to yourself. You said our ancestors fought and died over 400 years ago. That means you didn't do a damn thing because you were not around 400 years ago. So don't nobody owe you anything. They don't owe you nothing, nada. Today's give it to these people who are begging for reparations because they don't know.
The fuck is this?
Giving up a goal to call at 1-877.
This is the wake up call of the Lords, my brother. And listen, let me say this, man. Yeah, like even if you say that, man, there have been like you have to understand that, you know what I'm saying, even in the middle of a war, right? We seen that them and like Russians, Ukrainians, nobody's saying like using things for your strategies. I'm not even talking about that point, right? But you got to understand, right? When you say like, you know, they've never enslaved your people, you know, I don't know, you know, and it's not from a lack of trying. If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? I will put it that way. That's all I was saying.
Let me ask this though. I want this. How in the world? No, what? How? No, yeah, how? How does this motherfucker? Sorry, how does this guy have the same mannerisms and looks as First Rifleman? How? Like they're on different sides of the planet. Like not different sides of the planet, but like they probably didn't grow up together. But it's the same damn silly smirk, the same damn dumb talk about. I kind of think the same complexion. I don't see no yellow
mustache.
You know? I didn't say much, like everything like this. That is First Rifleman, if not his cousin. So I don't know how, because it's like they're different people, I think, but it's like ain't no way. Like, is there like a cool? Like, is it like a? I think the cool chip's a real thing, and I think that, like, I think the cool chip's a real thing, and it just makes you look that way. You know what I'm saying? like talk to the camera and say that. I don't know, man. I never seen nothing like that, but. I don't know what that. Wait, who was the wake up call? Was it the guy on the left or was it the reparations movement? I missed that. I might have interrupted. Sorry.
Oh well, he's going to get one. The dude right there. You know what I'm saying? That was the representatives that usually come through here. You picked up on it pretty much, but at the same time, it would have been. But we like mad late. But it would have been the conversation about what they was. It was a black militia group, number one. So there's your militia. There was reparations involved, and then there was the coon involved. You know what I'm saying? So that was just the whole scenario right there.
Wait, does he get a wake up later in the video?
No, well, he's going. That's what I'm saying. He's the next generation. He's in the category.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, shaking my damn head though. That motherfucker was. That dude was a cold. Man. And you know what? Y'all can't get on me for that MF. I be saying the MF, but I only do it because y'all remember the Kings of Comedy? What's it, Bernie Mac? He started saying, hey, that's what black folk do. I did not use MF before. I was like, ain't no black folk using the word MF. But he said it so much, and I was like, you know what? Shit. You know, I think I got a little older, and I was like, yeah, I might as well. But that was from Bernie Mac. He was the one that got me cousin. Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't. I'm sorry I had to interrupt him, but it's like that dude gave me AFR vibes. You know what I'm saying?
But we've seen brothers who you alluded to. We've seen that this demonstrated, and I'm trying to show that, you know what I'm saying, like our youngsters, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, like we see what could happen. Like it could take 62 years, right, of you doing these right jobs, and you will be like, hey, you changed up the rules now. You know what I'm saying? Like understand that call could be coming for you. So it's nothing else that you could do but, you know what I'm saying, to be for yourself, you know what I'm saying, create your own institutions, whatever you have to do to create those institutions. You're not going to get it by thinking that somebody else is going to come save you, that somebody else is your friend, and that is not, even if it's just business, understand how to do business, and that they don't love you. You know what I'm saying? Is you can't love your way out of it. You can't pray your way out of it. You know what I'm saying? There's only one thing that you could do. You know what I'm saying? Until then, we're going to keep getting wake up calls and, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Bakari, you wanted to say something?
Oh man, we don't believe in we don't get wake up calls. They might get something that might make them say, oh man, I can't believe the Russians did that to us. Oh man, I can't believe the Chinese did that to us. Oh man, everybody we trying to ally with, come to you. All you got to do if they're your ally, why they coming to your own neighborhood and treat you like crap? But we don't understand. We don't understand the wake up call when they are there, because we are trying to hold on to we are trying to hold on for hope that somebody else can do it for us, right? When the only time it ever been done for us in this country was when we did it, right? Drip, let me say this right quick. Drip, explain how Pan-Africanism is one-sided. Y'all got to stop using Tariq and YB Carnell talking points, because that ain't true. If you want to know some stuff, if Africans ever came here to help and do any of that, I can tell you. But if you don't want to know, it's okay. But I can tell you when they did come here to help, in things that they did. So it was not one-sided. I don't know what make y'all think that it's one-sided. That's it.
All right. So let me do this. I'm gonna show all of this as the last thing, and I'm because I know it's mad late. I know y'all are getting tired. I told y'all I was gonna show everything, but I'm gonna find a way to get it in real quick. All right, because we've enjoyed the wake up call awards. You know what I'm saying? Until next year. You know what I'm saying? So let me just go back a little bit, because y'all mentioned some of the history earlier, and I wanted to show some positive stuff of not just, you know what I'm saying, whatever, you know what I'm saying, we could show some of our reactions. But first of all, in Florida, the whole thing with Ruby Bridges, they're trying to ban the Ruby Bridges movie, which was made by Disney, from schools, because they talked about critical race theory, and I brought this up a long time ago, and I told you they was trying to ban Ruby Bridges, right? Because you sent your little 6-year-old daughter into a school where a bunch of grown people were spitting and calling them N-words, and you know what I'm saying, all of this stuff. But we have not learned our lesson about that part either. But you know what I'm saying.
Of Ruby Bridges, a black first grader who integrated into an all-white elementary school in the South.
Tonight, ABC Action.
The movie detailing Ruby Bridges' true journey integrating her elementary school is now at the center of another media complaint in Pinellas County. A North Shore elementary school teacher chose to show the movie to her students, giving each parent 2 weeks to opt their child out of watching it. 60 students participated. 2 parents opted out. Then 1 parent took it a step further.
The 1 parent who opted out has put in a request to have the movie no longer shown.
I obtained a copy of the complaint. In it, the parent, whose name is redacted, calls out scenes like this one, depicting the racial slurs, aggression, and hate Bridges received when she integrated William Frantz Elementary in New Orleans, and people hate black people. Debbie Hunt with Citizens Defending Freedom says any concern from a parent is a valid concern.
When parents send their kids to schools, they have a reasonable expectation
that the information that's in their public school library is suitable to the age of their child. In this case, the parent wrote in the complaint the movie is more suitable for an 8th grader. School board member Eileen Long tells me others are defending the teacher.
This teacher, according to other parents, because I've been receiving a lot of emails, is that the way she explained what was going on, the children started to understand that not everyone has had an easy life. And she wanted the children to see real history.
In Florida, anyone can challenge any material in a school.
So speaking of real history, right? Because and I'm just the last thing here, you know what I'm saying? If y'all look up this documentary here, because I was speaking about this in the 60s, like we talk about the civil rights, but you know what? They was more gangster than we ever was today in 1964. With the same thing going on, you know what they did? They armed themselves and they fought back. Like the brother who's on the thing talking about in the first one, like we need to whatever. But you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to show you some of the stuff that they have done, you know what I'm saying? Because I was just working on something and I came across some that I wrote and I was like, damn, I had to make sure it was true.
Nationally, and I believe have also changed that not African-American unemployment rate remained roughly twice that of whites. And during that same period of time, the Black poverty rate, the African-American poverty rate, that was in 1964, it was 3 times, Blacks were 3 times more likely to be poor than whites. And that's still true today. And the same is true of being unemployed. In terms of law enforcement, we know really tangibly what the scenario looked like if you watch the film. I know it's been screened here on WXXI, which I think is terrific because it's a great film, July 64. Shows explicitly, and a lot of us and a lot of people, including people older than I who have seen it and lived through things that I didn't see because I was too young, can testify to that.
Now listen to what he's about to say, and this is the whole reason I even, but in 1964, he's talking about all the reasons why Black people decided to fight back, police brutality, all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? But check out what something that they did, you know what I'm saying?
A lot of things were in place there that aren't, in terms of explicit legal segregation, fire hosing people being viewed as okay, police dogs, being let loose in churches. There's an incident reported actually in the film in which that happens, where an officer comes in armed with a police dog at 11 a.m. in a Black church on a Sunday morning.
So, and that's why I wanted to show this, right? Because if you look up this Rochester riot of 1964, the Rochester riots, Black people was like, they got fed up with them using police dogs, using water hoses, all that stuff. They was like, forget that. I'm tired of it. They armed themselves. They start shooting back, you know what I'm saying? Like they start doing all of this stuff. And like, there used to be reports of them letting a dog loose in 11 a.m. church service, you know what I'm saying? And if that's not a wake-up call, I don't know what is, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, so the last thing I'll let y'all see, because this is only a second, right? It's only like 15 seconds. And then I'll let y'all give y'all last statement. So we can go off. So this is what happens, right?
Here it is.
You're not hitting me, bro. Come on, bro. Get out right now. Go. Bro, what is he trying to get out for?
Ooh. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna end it with that one. So y'all got any last statements, man?
All right. Oh, sorry, but Brother McCarty, you could say it. I gotta look up something.
Oh yeah. You know what? The more I looked up Russia, the more you find Russia in Africa colonizing and trying to colonize in the 1900s. Oh, late 1800s, 1900s. Burkina Faso, Madagascar. This man said he can count. Badrib said he can count the Pan-Africans from Africa on one hand. Man, it's like 1.5 billion Black people in Africa. And we're gonna judge. You're gonna judge 1.5 billion off Tariq Nasheed's and Wavir Carnell words. Badrib, you smarter than that. You are absolutely smarter than that. I just asked you about the bank in Chicago, so that means you didn't know who saved it. That was Ghanaians who gave them the $20 million to keep that bank open. because they didn't want the African Americans to lose their bank. A lot of people don't know that when they were doing their freedom rides and they was going through what they were going in the 60s in this country, how people from Kenya came over here and did what the African Americans asked them to do. A lot of Kenyans did sit-ins, a lot of Kenyans did marches. Once again, you can go back to Kwame Nkrumah with Ghana, even though I watch him a little different. But when we say we can just count them on one hand, it's because we haven't studied enough. We haven't studied the connection enough. But when we fight each other, like I said, we fight each other. We're doing we are doing white people's job. That's what white people want us to do. White people want us to think that Africans from the continent don't like us, and they want the Africans from the continent to think we don't like them, that African Americans don't like them. I found out the people that took the African out of their name don't like them that much, but they want to think that the African Americans don't like them. When we fight each other, we are really, really, really doing a damn good job for white people, because they don't have to do it anymore. There were too many off code in the continent. That started to change in the last year or so. I got you, Norma X. I understand you. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, Norma. I'm gonna say I'm gonna pass it. When people say on code and off code, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what that means. And I'm being honest with you. I know what people say it means, but it don't make sense to me. I get on a bus. I get on a bike. You live by a code. Either the code in you or it ain't. You can't just you think that, you think they just start standing up to Europeans now? Okay. Okay. But no, I mean, you got to live by a code. That get on code and somebody off code, you got to get on code. No, you live by a code. Either the code in you or you ain't. If I don't give a damn about you, I don't care what happening to you. I can't all of a sudden, ooh, let me get on code and go help that black person. If I don't give a damn about somebody doing something to you, I can't all of a sudden give a damn. That shit got to be in you. It got to be in you already to care about your people. That's me. That's how I feel, and that's how I see it. So I live by a code. So the on code, off code thing don't even work for me. But I see how you say the Africans was off code, but I guess the Russians and the Chinamen on code. My bad. Well, you see what I mean? On how we okay for other folks, but then when it come to us, what?
It's I'm about to read this thing. A lot of us don't even know this, right? In fact, when I first read this, and let me see what year this was. So I read this in 2012. It shocked me. Okay, this is actually something, because what Forecast said earlier, Forecast goes over Black history. So, this is going to be one of the things to add, I guess, to the curriculum. And this is going to something he going to demand that the HBCU do. He ain't going to demand the white universities do it, but he going to demand the HBCUs do it. But I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
Why would I want them to teach about us and our sacreds? And
I said it's fine, brother. It's fine. It's fine.
Y'all want.
You ain't gonna make no demands of them. Not
y'all want white people in y'all business bad, boy. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, that's what 90% of black children go, and they are never critiqued, just like you wanted to try to critique.
90%, but he okay. He okay. He just gonna the black schools, they did it, all right, but we get it. We get it. Black, black is whack, black get back. White is right, black get back.
Mellow, brown, yellow is mellow.
Exactly. I'm saying yellow's mellow, black get the fuck back. You know what I'm saying? I get it. No, but all right, look. So this is a note. So like I said, one of my favorite fiction books is Blake and the Huts of America, right? So Martin Delany writes this novel, and some brother is like doing footnotes for the stuff that he says, because he's saying some wild stuff. You know what I'm saying? And so one of the footnotes is from a story about what's going on the plantation, right? Because Martin Delany is not like, you got to realize that if Oni says this happened on a plantation. Only was not on a plantation. You know, kind of like that with that what that coon was saying. He's like, you weren't there. Martin Delaney was there. Okay, so this is the note, and I want y'all to hear this. So he says, compare this description. So Martin Delaney describes some scene, and then this guy is saying, oh, compare this to what this historian is saying. Now listen to this. This is gonna be wild. Because this is what because Forecast just said they're not, our ancestors were gangsters, right? And he's talking about the 60s. This is enslaved Africans. Now listen to this. He says, compare this description with that of the historian Joseph G. Tregle Jr., who has written that the whole behavior of the Negro toward the whites, as a matter of fact, was singularly free of that deference and circumspection which might have been expected in the slave community. It was not unusual for slaves to gather on street corners at night, for example, where they challenged whites to attempt to pass, hurled taunts at white women, and kept whole neighborhoods disturbed by shouts and curses. Nor was it safe to accost them, as many went armed with knives and pistols in flagrant defiance of all the precautions of the Black Code. And so his citation, for those of you who might be confused, might want to know, is Early New Orleans Society of Reappraisal in the Journal of Southern History, 18 XVII, February 1952, page 33. So what he's saying is this: during slavery, and I guess he's talking about some part of New Orleans, I guess, right? But during slavery, there were Africans who would meet up on street corners at night and challenge white folks to try something, at risk of knifing or shooting. And this is during the real Black Codes, I guess, right? During the real Black Codes. So I mean, I'm just saying that to say that when we say that our ancestors were, gangsters in the 1960s, no, I mean, I'm not going to call. I don't really look at the word gangster as a nice word, really, but I'm gonna say that the people, like the ancestors before that, and I'm gonna tether my way into this, right? But our ancestors before that in America, like even during slavery, was some bad mamma jammers. You know what I'm saying? So like technically, and I'm gonna say this: the white boy also complains about being softer than his ancestors, but technically we softer than our ancestors, even the ones that we, because some Black folk would say, "Oh, I'll never be a slave." We way softer than the people who went through that, because it's one thing to be, stand up defiant. Some people stand up defiant on the internet sometimes. I don't know. It's a whole other thing while this white boy is doing plantations, right? While this white boy is doing that, for you to stand up with knives and guns against these people. And I guess I'll drop this in the chat, the quote in the chat, just for records sake, just in case somebody's interested. But what I'm gonna say is that's when you say our ancestors had it, yeah, our ancestors had it.
Yeah, definitely. And we still have the potential to have it too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to use the word Camp Bakari, you know what I'm saying? I would like not to, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, this was a great annual wake-up. Congratulations to everybody who got their wake-up calls and lived through it to tell the story, you know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, we probably see y'all next year at the next wake-up calls. Hopefully it's not the end of your service and they throw you under the bus just like that, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, hopefully with our younger generation, we'll start to learn lessons and stop making the same mistakes over and over and over. At least make a new version of a mistake, you know what I'm saying? Get to the next mistake to make over and over, you know what I'm saying? Just not this one. So you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, like y'all said, man, like, yo, we understood that we had no friends. We are all we got, you know what I'm saying? We protected ourselves and did what we had to do, you know what I'm saying? Like, until we do that, then we can't, you can't do business because you have nothing to trade with. You can't do nothing, you know what I'm saying? I can't come to you if I don't have nothing to trade with you. You ain't trying to hear what I got to say in the first place, on the individual level or on the group level. And, like I said, I'll shout out my brother MG2, is individual collectivism and collective individualism. And I think we're a collective of individuals at this point, you know what I'm saying? But I think with the next generation and the right mindset and the right training and right teaching, and not giving up on the next generation and understanding that they have to learn lessons too, just like you learned your lessons, right? I understand you could tell a kid not to touch their hand and burn fire, but sometimes, right, you have to understand what fire is, right? Sometimes they do have to burn their hand on the fire to learn the lesson. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what's going on, what their life needs. You know what I'm saying? All is your job to do is to guide them and to be there, whatever, and not to give up on them. You know what I'm saying? Don't give up on the next generation. You're supposed to lead them. You can't talk about them if you're not even going to guide them, even if they are hard-headed. You was hard-headed too. You know what I'm saying? So anyway. So y'all got any last any closing statements? Bakari?
Yeah, I've been in the chat talking about Drip. Val Drip say Dr. John Henry Clark called out Pan-Africanism is bullshit, called out some bullshit on some Pan-Africans. Actually, what he called out was black people and who refuse to call themselves African. And he said that's going to be the biggest problem. And once black people refuse to call themselves African, they have completely accepted the fact that they can't do they can't do nothing. Dr. John Henry Clark never talked negative about never talked negative about Pan-Africanism. I have no idea why people who say they FB or ADOS is so hard up to make Pan-Africanism look bad. You don't have to be a Pan-African.
Hey,
I have no idea why black people is against Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism believe in a global black unity. And for them, when people say, oh, Africa, it was just one-sided, that's not true. Why do you think there were so many people poor with Marcus Garvey? I don't get it. I'm being honest, and I don't, and I really don't get it. So Val Drip, we can have us a friendly debate. I don't mind learning people. I wanted to debate Norman X on socialism. Just a good debate, socialism versus Garveyism. And I was gonna show him why Garveyism was better, but he don't want to debate me either. It's just a friendly debate. I don't mind learning you. In the process of a debate, I don't want to do a debate like them other people where we're gonna be screaming and cussing and insulting one another. The purpose of a debate is for people to learn. People who watching the debate and the people that's doing the debating is to learn from each other. So I'm not trying to call nobody out, and we gonna do none of that bullshit on a conscious community. On a conscious community shit. But Val Drip, see, you keep talking about the continent, but do you want to debate? Because no, he did not. Oni, do you remember Dr. John Henry Clark calling Pan-Africanism on the continent bullshit?
Nah, Dr. Clark was a Pan-Africanist, man. But you know, my thing is this: like, I don't get it, because it's like these people, they like these quote unquote ADOS guys, they know what is meant by Pan-Africanism. Like, they know they don't want to be on that ethnic shit. Like I said, I was at this job, right? Every other black person, regardless of background, right? I'm looking out for them. You know what I'm saying? Every other black person, regardless of background, I'm like, that's my brother, that's my sister. You know? Because this is like the job I'm working at, right? Like, most of the black folk is Southern black folk, indigenous roots. Matter of fact, the sister, one of the sisters I was looking out for, like, big time, looking out for her, she was on this, she's on this ADOS thinking, not even knowing what ADOS is. Like, she would call me coconut and shit. Like some bigot shit, right? But even so, easily, I'm standing up for the sister. You know, because she's black. You know? So I mean, the whole idea of let's throw away Pan-Africanism is kind of like I go to the job and I'm like, oh, this woman's not Jamaican or some shit. Now, I'm not saying I'm Jamaican or nothing, but it would be like if I said, oh, she doesn't have lineage in Jamaica, or she's not a Jamaican American, right? Therefore, I don't give a shit what happens to her. And I can't even vibe with that. You know what I mean? Now, I get the whole idea of if you are African American and you saying you want to, like, you all about black folk, but you want to focus on America, I get that. And I think I heard a lot of black Americans who said that. But if you just talking about, I don't like other black ethnic groups and I want us all to be against each other, that's some old divide and conquer that you're doing on yourself. And that don't vibe with me at all. And my thing is that I don't think that this is what these brothers are saying. And I don't think this is what these brothers want to be saying. So I don't get why they're going against Pan-Africanism. You know, just say that you want to focus on America. We get that. You get what I'm saying? I don't recommend it, you know, but I get that. I've heard that, you know, dozens of times. I just don't like I guess he's saying right now, I wish PA was real, but it's not. Like, even like whatever it is you're saying, what I'm saying is that every other people look at other people of the same racial group and say, you're all right. You know what I mean? If I'm beating up on like what Bakari said, if I'm beating up on a Russian lady, okay, an American white boy is going to stand up and say, hey, cut that shit out. You understand? Even if you think, oh, Russia and thing are against each other, if I'm beating up on a Russian boy or a Russian lady or whatever, another white boy is going to stand up. Because these white people understand, I mean, you could say Pan-Europeanism, they understand race. And race is kind of what the Pan-Africanists are saying. So I don't know, like I wish these brothers would just say to themselves, what is the politically smart thing to do? I get that you wish something was real, but it's like that's it. Like, if you wish it were real or whatever, then make it real. You get what I'm saying? Like, make it real.
It's easy for black folks to get away from black folks, man. It's real easy. It's very easy for black people to get away from black people.
And they team with the white boy.
I don't think that's what Val Drip doing. I don't think what Norma X doing. But a lot of the stuff they say, those are white people talking points. Socialism, Pan-Africanism is dead. How is something dead when people can do it? I wish it was real. But you see people every day that tell you I'm Pan-Africanist. That mean is real. That mean is real. It's easy. It's just easy for black people to turn on black people and critique. Look, once again, critique black people to the umpteenth degree. You understand? That's what I meant when I said sometimes it gets hard. Sometimes being around black folks, and as much as you can love black folks, but sometimes your own people can make you feel uncomfortable. That's why it can make you stop wanting to do stuff, not uncomfortable. They can make you stop. They make you get away. Because if you don't believe like them, everything you say is wrong, i.e. forecast. Or if you want to go to HBCU, everything got to be wrong. With the HBCU, we got to critique it. When they hold it, when the white folks say, hold the black folks at gunpoint, you skim over that. But then the black dude with no gun run from the white boy at North Carolina A&T, he gonna make that be the black people fault. What he running for? Shit, the same reason you gonna run with that crazy ass white dude.
I know. Fuck that. Superman. Okay. He think he's Superman. He gonna just show up and put his chest out.
Okay, I had to get you.
But see, y'all cutting yourself because, like, I'm actually speaking up because why in the hell the HBCU won't have the armed person? Why they got this brother out there like that? That's my point. Like, it's not that brother's fault. It's the institution that's messed up. And like, until they get their wake up call, which they got again, and they haven't, you know what I'm saying, understood what the wake up call was about. You know what I'm saying, but. And this is another thing, you know, because this is why I don't get into the Pan-African versus ADOS thing, you know what I'm saying? Because it's, I like, you know, Viral Drip and Bakari would be going fishing until they bring up this point, and then it's going to be, you know what I'm saying, they're going to be debating the whole time, you know what I'm saying? But, like...
this brother put up the StreamYard in the last minute.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all stay up so much. I don't know what y'all is, man. I know that.
No, I'm about to go. No, I'm about to go. No,
I'm
I
too
just
tender. I don't got that. I don't got whatever genes y'all got where y'all could just stay up all night.
no. I'm about to go. I just wanted to be. I had to do that to be fair because like I
What's
don't
your
want it to
agenda,
be like
Vibe Drip? Vibe
no
Drip, what is
no
ADO's FBA agenda?
no.
Other
Hold on,
than
because
plug y'all got?
because I'm about to get off here because I wanted to be fair. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want it to be like yo. I'm you know what I'm saying like. If they saying like I give them like a second to say whatever, but there'll have to be another show. But I just wanted to give them a chance to say whatever. But at the same time, like look, like I understand to the point about building in your own community, you know what I'm saying? But I understand black people is gonna have to work together globally together, you know what I'm saying? And the point is we're not getting our damn wake up calls here, there, anywhere, you know what I'm saying? And black people still don't realize that. We think that other people are friends, you know what I'm saying? We think that other people got our back. If other black people don't got our back, what make you think a non-black person has your back? Like that's the thing I don't understand about us, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna continue to have this damn wake-up call over and over. And like, even if you are making plans to like get whatever, if you don't have a plan in place to like have a way to weed yourself off of whatever, like a HMO that Bill Gates is bringing over, if you don't have a plan that weeds yourself off of like whatever they brought us over here or whatever they got us doing, like then it's kind of irrelevant and you're just, you know what I'm saying, going to end up in debt to them. You're gonna have to give up what you got, you know what I'm saying, because you're thinking they're your friends and all of that stuff. But like all I know is like, yo, if black people can't even respect other black people, why do you think other people will respect us in the first place? And the cognitive dissonance to think that we could be friends when we can't even be friends with each other. Or if you can't you can't love each other, you can't expect somebody to love you or love somebody else. Because like that's my opinion about it. But anyway,
Let me answer this question right quick before you shut out. Vibe Drip asked me, so what's my agenda? My agenda, one of my agendas, support and promote black business, help black people create more black business, create co-op business like I've been trying to get us to do with a couple of laundromats here in with a couple. I don't say laundromat, that didn't even sound right coming to my mouth, but y'all don't know what a washateria is though. Try to get a couple washaterias here in Atlanta. That's it. And create more opportunities for black people to educate our youth. Help them learn to read at a young age. That's the agenda. See, I don't have a reparations agenda. And the reason I don't have a reparations agenda, because I don't think it ever coming. We are our reparations. Look at all that money we give to other people every day. That's why I tried to start the Black Business Challenge. And I still do it. Black Business Challenge. So that's the agenda. So now he gonna put a smiley face in there, laughing. So that's my agenda about Drip, and work with my people globally. Hopefully, make more and more connections with my people here, people in Haiti. Everybody else can get our resources, but we don't want them. Ain't that something? Think about that. We want Russia in Africa getting the resources, but we got a problem with Pan-Africanism. We don't want the resources. It doesn't make much sense. But are we in a position to get resources? No. The same way we're not in a position to have no allies, because we haven't built anything like a military. We haven't built nothing here nor there. And Norma X said, listen, when I said I would rather see Russia blown up instead of here, he said, that's what's wrong with us. We ain't really that's what Pan-Africanism is, Vibe Drip. He said, we ain't willing to sacrifice nothing. He's correct. I'm not willing to sacrifice myself for these white folks' war. I sacrifice myself for my people. Why do I want another white person to come to be in charge? Think about that, man. If Russia and China, let's say hypothetically, Russia and China come over here, and who gonna be in charge? It ain't gonna be us, is it? So That's why I say, do you speak Russianese? Half of the country speaking Russian, the other half speaking Chinese. And I guess we'll be okay with that because it's not these white people.
Yo, hey,
But
yo,
it's
let
still
me,
white people.
yo, and let me say this, you know what I'm saying? I get when people be like, black, because I get it. And I think that black people from individual places should have a place. And I personally, myself, don't see people be like, oh, you shouldn't call yourself king and this and this. But like, yo, like the point of this here, like my channel, like, yo, I want their system to be destroyed, which is like, I mean, I'm gonna say it here, like, yo, I want their whole, like their government, their system to be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? It can't be mine and theirs at the same time. And I understand that. So I would never say or fight for or none of that to be a part of their, I would use their thing to build my own. But yo, the whole point is to crush their system and to make my own. You know what I'm saying? Like
crush whose system though?
Like white people, America, Russia, all of them, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
China, Arab, or
And that's the
whoever
point.
is the point, you know what I'm saying? My government is the one who's supposed to be on the top, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like the point is whether you work with them or not, like, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like as far as America, like me saying I'm American, I would not, I want to destabilize European dollar, American dollar, all of that stuff, and have my own whatever form of currency is the thing to be the thing. Like that's the whole point, is to destroy the enemy and to make us on the top. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point.
You're right. Val Drip say, black unity, that what we all been down for. Yeah, black unity. The people in Africa. There's a billion and a half black people in Africa. There's a whole lot of black people in the Caribbean. There's black people in South America. So my unity ain't here. I'm gonna tell you something. It's this guy got a channel called. I'm gonna send it. I'll put one of the videos in Telegram. I'm gonna send it to your forecast. And this is something I talk about. I still and he's an epitome of it now. See, when we talk about unity and we try to act like black folks from he's from the United States United. Like he'll sit there and he'll say stuff about Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed, right? But every time he says something about Jason Black, it go from being personal with him and Jason Black, or pointing out something Jason Black say, the hypocritical stuff that he say Jason Black say, to black people down, because he's from New York. See, black people down south, they ain't got nothing. It quickly goes from Jason Black to talking negative about black people down south. And people don't understand. Even folks who against even when folks fighting, I keep telling you, we think we be fighting the system. We only fighting each other. We are only fighting each other. Like Val Drip is really truly trying to convince me that I don't have plans abroad. And I just mentioned my people in other places. And I just mentioned the people. You ever heard of God damn it, Blackstick? Look at Blackstick Town. Those are part of my plans too, because I plan to be in Gambia with her in a couple of years. Not with her per se, because she's a married woman. But look at that, and you will see the plans. But the thing about it is, we always want to convince black people that dealing with other black people is wrong. We want to convince black people that following black leadership is wrong. And that's a lot of, unless that leadership is telling you how powerful white people is, right? Then we're going to quote them to a T. That's why, what's his name, is so quotable. He said some things that was true. But what's his name? The old guy, only me and you be talking about, who always talking about white supremacy in a view a person of color.
Neely Fuller.
Yeah, Neely Fuller. That's why people quote him so much. But you know, when they quote him, right? and he always talk about white supremacy. You know, the one thing they never say, because that's the first, I'm being honest, that's who I heard coin that shit, was him. I never heard that in my life. My dad was born in 1920. I've never heard my dad in his whole life say no shit about no damn white supremacy. Ever. I've heard him say white people think they're better than black people, think they're smarter than black people, but they're not. Never heard that. But these people that quote him and talk about white supremacy, you know the one thing he said that they always leave out? The reason he called white people, the reason he called it white supremacy is because white people is supreme. I would never say that shit. And when you quoting him and saying his words, stop leaving that part out too. You may as well go ahead and say y'all agree with that part. So like Tariq Nasheed, at least he say he agree with it. He admit the white supremacists are the smartest people on earth. He's admitting he's admitting where he is, right? So for me, when I talk about black people, I believe in black supremacy. So when I talk about people and what I want to do and what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing. Pan-Africanism is alive and well. And it's just that simple. I know he bring it straight with no chaser, but tell me one thing he built other than writing a book telling you how great Pan-African, it means that how great white people is, the white supremacy. I'll wait. I really will wait because I've asked that question. Can anybody tell me something he ever done other than write a book to tell you white people are supreme?
Now, Bakari, let me just say this, right? Because this is another thing that, like, and we might as well say this since it's the wake-up call thing, you know what I'm saying? Do y'all not realize how long y'all just spent, like, just arguing, like, that's why I don't even talk about, like, this, because to me, like, even either side, you know, just being involved or getting into it, like, yo, because the truth is, you know what I'm saying, like, the things that we build and people just really be talking, like, yo, we know the stuff that we facing is like real, you know what I'm saying? Okay, if we want to build stuff for like black people in America, we know like just with the water crisis alone, like, yo, we need to be putting our money where our mouth is. And if you Pan-African and all of that stuff, you would support black people in America doing their thing or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day, this is why I don't get into it, because I think that, of course, this is something that we're supposed to be arguing about, and not that is even a new thing, because this has been an argument for 200 years and we haven't realized that yet. You know what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day, like you can name any group that you want to, and I can show you how they have not been your friends. You know what I'm saying? Like you can name all of like who, like the poor white, the Irish, Italians. You know what I'm saying? Whoever. You know what I'm saying? Because people, shysters, all of them. You know what I'm saying? None of them have been your friends. All of them have done things to you, tried to exploit you. And this is recent or ancient history, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, like, yo, black people, like we sit here still arguing about like the one drop rule, everything. This is why we're discombobulated. And this is why it's important for like our children's minds to, you know what I'm saying? Like, us to reach our children's minds when it comes to this stuff and talking about tangible things that we can build that'll really affect our communities instead of getting into these debates in the first place. Because if you really felt like that, you could build an organization strictly for black people in America and exclude everybody and just go build it. Or you could build stuff strictly for black people who only Pan-Africans and be like, yo, F80 those people, you know what I'm saying? To me, like, I think I understand there's issues on both sides, but I understand how that is used to as a deterrent and also by us as an excuse not to address the real issues that we face globally. Because at the end of the day, like no matter where you go, we still like have that same energy. You know what I'm saying? Like we have the tribal issues everywhere we go. Like whatever you call yourself, we got the tribal beasts, you know what I'm saying? We got the coons, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, this is where we not getting our wake-up call, where we having the same argument. This argument is like 300 years old, you know what I'm saying? This is why I don't even get into it anymore. I'm just talking about like the news and the things that we need to know, and who's ever down with it is down, who's ever not is not, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it is what it is. But like, we know that our children are at risk. We know that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, that's why I got to give y'all white bitch detox, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, man. But anyway, but go ahead, man. Y'all give y'all closing joints, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this. So I think if you are a Black American, especially if you want to stay in America, the book to read is The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. He's so brilliant. You know what I mean? And I mean, obviously he's talking about America. That's why I say if you're in America, you should do it. But this right here is, when you talk about what ideology to adapt or what ally to have, Carter G. Woodson, because that whole ally question was then too. He's like, history shows that it does not matter who is in power or what revolutionary forces take over the government. Those who have not learned to do for themselves and have to depend solely on others never obtain any more rights or privileges in the end than they had in the beginning. It's Carter G. Woodson. I really want, like particularly Black Americans, to read this ancestor. But I mean, I can't really say much else. I don't know what Viral Drip's doing. But yeah, Neely Fuller. Oh man, Neely Fuller's a clown, man. Like Neely Fuller Jr. is like a real clown. I think that if you don't realize that Neely Fuller Jr. is a clown, right? Like I could see why you would be down with, like clown and Pan-Africanism. Because the thing is that Neely Fuller Jr. was against Pan-Africanism too. So I could see it. I could see why.
Yeah, but only with the first thing you said though, right? Couldn't you use that same statement against Julius Malema with whatchamacallit? If you don't have a thing, you're going to end up in the same situation with the Russians as opposed. You're just gonna be saying Slovakia or whatever. Like I used to make, like me and Joe, you better learn how to say hello in you know what I'm saying, Turkish, you know what I'm saying, or Russian, or you know what I'm saying, Yiddish or whatever, you know what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, I think I read it partially because of I was like, because that's the reality of the world. Like Carter G. Woodson is telling you the reality. If you cannot do for yourself, right, you're not going to, like, your position is never going to change no matter what ideology you have. And that's why when it came to I'm not as hard on Russia as Bakari is, but like I said, if you're talking about the UNIA, right, the Soviets did try to co-opt and sabotage the Garvey movement. They tried to get the workers that Garvey was getting. They tried to, like they had instructions and they're supposed to, you know what I mean? Like white people, like my thing is that I don't look at white people as friends per se. I know that they looking for something. I'm not finna have them be my overlord per se, but I understand I understand that might be what they have in mind. You understand? I think that black folks should not be surprised when white folk come against them. But at the same time, it's like you said, if South Africa is not in the position to negotiate, it's not thing. And this doesn't just apply to, like, it's just not a race thing either. There was this people were laughing about something y'all boy Zelensky said. Zelensky said that like they met with China. Okay, so China is one of those, like a big dog now, right? They met with China and China was telling them, yo, shut the fuck up, pretty much, right? Like you ain't shit. And so again, I think something like Zelensky is supposed to talk with China again. He's like, I'm not taking that call because China, no, he's like, I'm not taking that call. China wanted to talk to me like I was below them, but I was trying to talk to them like I was an equal, right? And next time it's going to be war between Ukraine and China. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like in the real world, you got to go by who got the real guns, you know? And unfortunately, and this was actually, I put it in my book, matter of fact, but this was something that Martin Delaney said. He said, look, black people in America, right, after emancipation, he said they will be good if they keep up their 40,000 soldiers. You understand? So after the Civil War, he's like, we have 40,000 armed black men. That's what's going to keep us, with our rights. That's going to keep us, secure. That's what's going to keep us. Now, I want to ask you, Forecast, and I want to ask you, Brother Bakari, do black Americans have 40,000 soldiers on the ready? Because if they don't, right, like the reality is this: China has, 1 million soldiers on the ready. Russia has 1 million soldiers on the ready. America has 1 million soldiers on the ready. Does Black America have even 40,000 soldiers on the ready?
Man, look, black people around the world together ain't got 100. I don't think we got. I'm talking about all us.
Nah, I disagree. I think there is 40,000 soldiers, whether they're organized in a military fashion or not. Like it'll be like, yo, that's what I say.
Soldiers, man.
They don't count them for
like, yo, that was like the difference between the suicide mission and the martyr. You know what I'm saying? Like right now it's a suicide mission.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they don't count. And shit, I'm gonna be honest, man. If you listen to how black people talk about their ancestors that actually took a bullet for them, who's willing to be a martyr or do a suicide mission, man? Because like, goddamn, I die, I do this, and the only thing y'all can think of is anything bad I ever said or anything bad that I ever did. Man, I'm strictly speaking for me.
But that's the thing.
Nah, hear this. I want to say this, matter of fact, real quick. Hear this. There are black American political prisoners for like 60 years now, right? And they are, like, a lot of them that's there are still like committed to the cause that they got arrested for. Okay, they're still like, yes, we want whatever it is that we want. They are in prison for like 60 years now, and most black folk don't give any care. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are people in there, but like I said, yeah, I ain't gonna get into all of the other stories or whatever. But I mean, like we've been on here for a minute, so go ahead. What you was gonna say?
No, it's been 4 hours. What are you talking about? Ain't no minute. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. You don't even understand our lingo over here, Oni.
Tether.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Damn tether.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like, yo, we don't that's what I was gonna say about what Bakari was like, yo, why would you, like, you don't even thinking about it for your own reason, because like you're going to have you have children, they're going to have children, like they're still going to be in the same society. It's still going to be the same thing if you don't do anything at all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm more afraid not to do anything than to, you know what I'm saying, do something. You know what I mean? Like, because it's just gonna keep happening if you don't, like, for your own selfish reasons, just for your own grandkids. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why you would do something. You know what I mean? But anyway, so y'all could put.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you about to retire anyway. I guess that's that HBCU training. Y'all love the white man anyway.
Yeah, then my children, then folks, children and grandchildren got to argue with these crazy folk on social media, man. See, and that's the thing what I'm talking about. They ain't never held accountable. Nobody ever tell them, man, won't y'all just shut the hell up? They're never told that. And that becomes a problem for me, because
who never told that?
These people on social media that can have people.
No, I'm saying who? Like what group you mean? That's what I'm saying. Like,
what you mean? I'm talking about black folks, period.
So hold on, that's BS, Bakari, because that's all black. That's all anybody tells to shut up is.
No, I say the ones who's just talking negative about everything black people do. They're never told to shut up.
That's not true, Bakari. Because like that's all we talk about all the time is like y'all get mad at me because I'm like, yo, that's all we talk about is tell other black people who are saying this to. I'm like, yo, well, let's focus on this. And now you're like, oh, well, you give black people a pass all the time. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, that's all we have smoke for is other black people, whether we agree with them or not. You know what I'm saying? That's my point, you know.
Yeah, ain't nobody, they ain't never told to shut up when they talking about the black folks that's out there actually doing something. I just go right back to what just happened a couple years ago with NFAC, and Bwana is my partner. But he was like, yeah, man, you got to be able to, no, ain't nobody got to be able to take that. No, man, tell people shut the hell up. Somebody out here putting their life on the line for you. You running people away. That's what I'm talking about. They'll never, and it's like, and we have made a point to where it's okay.
But
That's
that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's because that's what you focus on. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There are people who do that. There are people who don't. There are people who do. Like what I'm trying to say is instead of let's argue about that, like the ADOS people, why don't you just only go build with them if you're not dead serious or you know what I'm saying, like about that or Pan-African, why not just go build with them? Like, yeah, I can like show you like what the HBCU thing, like there are hundreds of thousands of people who talk positive about HBCU things, you know what I'm saying? There are hundreds of thousands of people who do talk positive about the things you're talking about. We just focus on the ones who don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like I've become cool with with few of them that I've just met just in this little circle here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because Sidra talks about it all the time. Like, yo, there are people who like talks about these things, you know what I'm saying? Of course, there are coons who talk about the opposite, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like all of these spears in here, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I just want to focus on the people who's like about building this stuff. And that's why I'm like, we ain't gonna get to that level. That's why they keep coming on here trying to troll and stuff like this to get, but it's irrelevant because why are you only talking about that instead of something positive about the people who you build with? You know what I'm saying? The Muskogee Indian who freed us, or the alien who freed us, or the God who freed us. You know what I'm saying? Like, or are we gonna have to do that ourselves? You know what I'm saying? Regardless of our belief.
I'm talking about, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, God damn, I'm being honest, man. You get tired of it. I think most of it, like you get tired of debating. Like I was trying to make it a good conversation. I see he left when only said what he said about Neely Fuller Jr., but it's like it's to the if I don't believe what you're saying, if I don't agree with it, you're automatically wrong. Like, dude, everybody gonna have their things that they believe in. And it's going to be everybody ain't going to agree on nothing 100%. You know how I feel about Marcus Garvey. Shit, I didn't agree with him 100%. I ain't agree with my daddy 100%. Ain't nobody going, and that's what we got to learn to do. We got to learn to respect. So I was having a good conversation. That's why I say we can have a good friendly debate and we can learn from each other. Hey, I wasn't saying it so nobody could get mad and say, you know, we want to talk. I know Norma X always come in the chat and troll me. So, but I tell, come on, man, we can let's hold a conversation. And there's no need like to put in the chat.
I think that brother left because it's late.
Yeah. I was about to say because y'all can give y'all closest because we're gonna have to see y'all at the next year's wake up call, but we definitely go get.
All right, then, man. Yeah, it is late, so.
But y'all can put y'all channel in the chat if y'all want.
I got to wake up.
You guys, y'all got some good genetics, man. My black ass sleeping. You know, I don't know what happened, but my black ass sleeping.
I got to get up in 2 hours and go to work.
I'm saying you sound like you full of energy. I don't know how. Shit.
I'm just kind of ain't got to go to work, man. Nah, I'm not full of energy. Shit, I'm finna go to sleep. I be trying to troll forecast, man. Then I get tired. I be trying to keep forecasts up. Then I get tired.
Oh no, I'm good right now too.
Only reason I be on here late like this, man, I be messing with forecast, trying to make him stay up late, because I be knowing he having to go to work. That's dirty, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't got to do nothing.
Money, man. If you ain't messing up a black man's money, what are you doing?
See, that's that.
Like, what are you doing?
That's that HBCU education right there coming out.
Yeah, that's that HBCU education. But you know what? He do the same
thing. Wrong with HBCU, man. You see this, right?
Hey, look, hey, on it. He do the same thing to me, so he must have the same education. But I'm gonna get off here now for real.
All right.
I think I might do a show in the morning when I wake up at like 4 o'clock. Damn, 2 hours.
4 a.m. Damn.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna when I get up at 4, I'm calling everybody at 5 o'clock and wake their ass up. Since I'm up, they got to be up.
Yeah, I can see that's the HBCU.
Look, man, I holler, man.
All right. All right.
All right, well, appreciate you, bro.
Hold on,
Appreciate you,
say he
brother.
put a link in the chat, man. He said we should come to Twitter and talk. He asked me, did I talk to Tariq? I ain't no need me to talk to Tariq, but I will go to Twitter and talk about Drip, though. I ain't worried about Tariq.
Right.
There's no need for me to talk to him, but I will go to Twitter and talk to him.
Yeah, Tariq, she's the fucking clown. I ain't gonna hold you.
I won't mess with him, but I do. But he said he put some link in the chat, man.
He said he put it in your YouTube comments.
Yeah. In the
in my YouTube comment. Oh, okay. So I'm
but
gonna
I
go
would
check
say I told him earlier to send it to my email though.
Yeah, but I'm going. Because I'll go over there. I'll go over there and mess with Vibe Drip. I ain't going over there if they go over there.
Yeah, y'all would have went fishing. That's the whole point of the if y'all can't understand that, y'all would be fishing right now if it wasn't for Adolf versus
man, me and Vibe Drip, I think we done got to the point we can have this conversation while we fish. Hey, because I learned, you make a lot of noise, they say more fish come, That's something I just made up, but hey. But I'm finna get out of here, man. Peace.
All right, y'all. All right.
Peace, Tony.
All right, peace, fam. I'm gonna go tether on something else, right? I'm joking. Peace.
All right, y'all. So I'm gonna come back on Sunday with the Black History lesson, and you know what? I'm gonna let this be the last words for y'all. And shouts out to everybody who was in the chat. My bad, I didn't read all y'all chats. But shouts out to everybody who came in here. But I'm gonna let this be the last words.
Yes, my raps are filled with rage.
One of these days, we gotta bust back for the homies.
You have to be logical. If I know that in this hotel room they have food every day, and I'm knocking on the door every day to eat, and they open the door, let me see the party, let me see like them throwing salami all over just like throwing food around. They're telling me there's no food in here. You know what I'm saying? Every day. I'm standing outside trying to sing my way in. You know what I'm saying? We are hungry, please let us in. We are hungry, please let us in. After about a week, that song is going to change. We hungry, we need some food. After 2-3 weeks, it's like, give me all the food, breaking out the door. And after a year, just like, you know what I'm saying? I'm picking the lock, coming through the door, blasting, you know what I'm saying? It's like you hungry, you reached your level, you don't want any more. We asked 10 years ago. We was asking with the Panthers. We was asking with them, with civil rights movement. We was asking, now those people that were asking, they're all dead and in jail. So now what do you think we're going to do? Ask?
All right. So as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're going to keep falling for anything.